Alrighty, council, I'll call us to order at 6:30 for our special council meeting. Item number 2, declaration of pecuniary interest. Does any member of council have a pecuniary interest in tonight's session? Seeing none, I'll move on to 3I, and it's moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Saunders, that the agenda of the special council meeting of June 8th, 2016 be approved as presented. Comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And that is approved. Moving on to in-camera items, which is section 4. 4I, moved by Councillor Saunders, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that in accordance with the Town of Penetanguishene Procedural Bylaw 2016-08, the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene move into an in-camera session to discuss a personal matter about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. And that is carried, and we'll move in camera, and we'll go to adjourn to the meeting room around the corner. Alrighty, so we've got a motion moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Saunders, that the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene rise from in-camera session with a report and the CAO proceed as directed during the in-camera session. Final comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. One time. Moving into item number 6, questions from the media and public. We're in camera, so I'm sure there'll be no questions there, but I'm looking around in case a hand comes up. Announcements or inquiries? Does any member of council have an announcement or inquiry in tonight's session? Seeing none, then I'll look for a motion to adjourn, or do I have that, Stacey? Okay, just regular adjournment. Moved by Councillor Ross and second by Councillor Lauder. All in favor? Okay, and the special meeting is adjourned at, looks like it's 7:39. Alrighty, so I'll call the council meeting to order, and it's now 7:40-ish, so I'll call us to order, and thanks everybody for coming. Our apologies for being a couple minutes late. We had an in-camera session that went a little longer than anticipated. Moving on to 3A, it's moved by Councillor Saunders, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that the agenda of the regular council meeting of June 8th, 2016 be approved as presented. Comments on tonight's agenda? Seeing now, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. I'm sorry, Stacey?
Just missing the council commitment.
Skipped right by the council commitment. If the council can join me in the council commitment, please. No, thank you for reminding me. We are grateful for the many gifts which have been bestowed on Penetanguishene and its citizens, including the gifts of freedom, opportunity, and peace that we enjoy. May we be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. We ask that all in attendance and those who cannot be here assist us in promoting good government. May our decisions as members of council be enlightened, and may we all be strengthened in our awareness of our duties and responsibilities. May we be granted the wisdom, knowledge, will, and understanding to preserve the good fortune of the town for the benefit of all, and to make good laws and wise decisions. Thank you all for attending. Moving on to agenda item number 4, declaration of pecuniary interest. Does any member of council have a pecuniary interest in tonight's session? Seeing none at this time, if you find yourself in that position as we move along, let me know and we'll address it at that time. Moving on to 5A, adoptions of minutes not already confirmed. It's moved by Councillor Saunders, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that the following minutes of council meetings be confirmed and adopted as circulated. Special council minutes dated May 25th, 2016. Council minutes dated May 25th, 2016. Committee of the Whole Report 2016-10, dated May 25th, 2016. Any comments, errors, or omissions noticed on those minutes? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote to approve them then. All in favor? They are carried and approved. Moving on to agenda item number 6, we have some delegations tonight. We've got a delegation from Flynn's Irish Pub, and I see Scott Denis and Catherine's with us tonight. Scott, please, if you could join us at the podium, and I'll ask Michelle to make sure the green light's on the microphone for you. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Now I'm going to apologize beforehand. It's my first time of these in a while. I'm a little bit, I grew up here, but I'm new. I haven't been back in a while. So if I use any incorrect protocol or terminology, my apologies in advance.
As long as you stick to Penetanguishene, we're all set.
Okay, that I can absolutely do. Otherwise, my dad would be disappointed. So I am here, lady and gentlemen of council, to request for our patio equipment back, if possible. Would be greatly appreciated. Really, I would really love to be able to put up the patio. Sorry, I'm the new general manager of Flynn's. I guess I should have got that out of the way. I'm Catherine's nephew, oldest and most favorite. I was just really hoping to be able to get the patio back in order to put that up. I've had a lot of customers already, tourists, asking if we were going to put it up. I wasn't exactly sure how to go about doing that. Talked with the very nice ladies here, sort of to get the ball rolling. That's how I found myself here. So really, just if we could, to have it back, to have it, the materials, and then we'll incur any cost and take care of everything necessary ourselves. That's not a problem at all. Storage, upkeep, maintenance, putting it together, etc. So really just asking the town if they'd be so kind to return the equipment to us.
Sure, please, Catherine, please join us at the podium. Thank you.
So I understand that the patios were part of the an experiment for the downtown improvement plan, and that they were installed with the blessings of council originally. And then the second year, when they were being asked to be installed, that town council did not want to incur any cost for the installation, so they were very graciously installed through a wonderful businessman, Dave Lalonde. So when they were installed the second year, I was finally able to get through all of the red tape, which did take me 2 years and several meetings. And through AGCO, I had the patio licensed. I spent $1,000. When you change any of the area of your licensed establishment to be licensed that wasn't originally, it's $1,000 right off the bat, whether it's 2 patios, Robert and Main, 1, or a hallway. So I did that in good faith, assuming, and we all know what that does, that since the patios were in their second year, and knowing that we also had all of these wonderful events, that Penetang has been very good in trying to increase over the years. From the winter events, like the Scotties Tournament of Hearts, to the summer events with the tall ships, and most recently the Champlain Rendezvous. So I made the time and the investment and spent the $1,000 on them. So I was quite surprised. I said to Scott, can you just, I don't know why the patios aren't out yet. No correspondence. I did not get one text, one email, nobody 100 feet away dropping in, as you do, and I really appreciate it. But to say, hey, Kath, what about the patios? Are you interested in having the patios this year? Of course I am. I just assumed they'd be there. So I'm saying to you, I spend a lot of money at that corner. I'm sure that people are aware that, you know, we did renovations on the inside, we beautified the outside. I just recently spent $500 in updating the window boxes, the flower boxes. They're 3 years old. And the patios are an attraction to Penetang. People are asking for them. So I want you to keep in mind that I'm also investing into the town. Not just staying in my own little section inside, but I'm trying to attract people into the downtown business core as well, and patios do that. So I would just like you to realize my investment, and that I'm also very disappointed that it's now June, and because there has been no communication, and I literally mean radio silence about this, about the patios to the business owners, that I don't even think it should have even have come to this. I don't know why council has to decide again if they want to do it. We have to have a deposition when they've been approved for the last 2 years. And again, protocol not being, you know, very busy person. I don't come to a lot of meetings, but I also don't complain. I also am very grateful for all of the wonderful opportunities that Penetang has brought to the area. And it's allowed us to be here for 3 years. I've put through a lot of employees, and I keep a lot of people, businesses employed because of the spin-off of Flynn's. So I'm asking that you can help me recoup my cost. Not at the expense of council, because we're more than happy to install them ourselves.
So maybe, Catherine, I'll just look for staff here. So right now, I don't think you need council's permission to install a patio. I think it's in the hands of our staff, so either planning, make sure they hit the bylaws to meet the criteria, and Brian, in terms of your group. So don't think that's an issue, and I'm looking for staff just to verify that I've got that correct in my mind.
Yeah, I'd refer to Andrea and too, if I'm making any mistakes with what I'm saying right now, but our use of sidewalks bylaw currently permits the installation of patios as it stands right now on the right-of-way of Main Street. So there's nothing stopping anybody from installing a sidewalk as long as it's according to the bylaw, and installing patio according to plans and specifications according to the bylaw, and filling out the appropriate paperwork.
And then in terms of the motion, I don't know whether it's coming, it's buried in the minutes, the last one, I'm looking for Stacy. So this comes up tonight, so if I recall correctly, so yeah, Stacy's getting blinded by the sun. If I recall correctly, I'm going to give you a halo, by the way, Stacy. If I recall correctly, the patios, we are coming to council tonight to declare surplus, and then people could put a bid in on them. And so I looked to Brian again in terms of, assuming the council ratifies that decision and we declare them surplus, how quickly could an RFP process or whatever that tendering process is, or bid process, or auction process occur? So I'm just trying to give Catherine and a sense of timing on this.
Thank you, Your Worship. To answer that question, the motion before council is to declare the patio surplus, so they would be included as part of the sale of surplus vehicles and assets, this being one of them. So that would be handled through our policy that we have for that. We may create a list of any surplus vehicles, equipment, and assets that all departments are making available for this year for sale and auction, and it's going to be brought forward to a future council meeting for approval before they go to sale.
So if we approve this tonight, Brian, can these patios and I guess the walkways not be, council's already given you permission to declare them surplus, could we not immediately tomorrow morning start the process of putting them up for tender or auction?
Again, I want to review the policy again, but that could be a possibility. But as it stands right now in the policy, that's the procedure, is that the listing of surplus vehicles gets vetted through council once more.
All right, thank you.
May
Council,
I-
Catherine, please, yep. Watch my timer.
May I ask why they're declared surplus? To me, the definition of surplus means that they're not needed or wanted, that they're extra. But these are not surplus to the business owners. They were manufactured specifically for those locations to engineering specifications, the slope of the land, the load bearing, everything. I don't think that they're surplus. I don't know how they got declared that in the first place when we were never asked whether we even wanted them back or not.
Scott?
Sorry, I'm not sure if this, if it makes any difference at all whatsoever, but I did meet with the three, I introduced myself to the neighbors, Green Ribbon, I think it's Diane and Dave, or anyways, I think they signed the request for deputation as well. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here, but Nathana as well, and I know Ed at Froth Cafe was looking forward to getting a patio back as well. So I do know that we were talking, and that they were all in the same boat as us, that they were really hoping to be able to get their patios back as well with something. Unfortunately, they couldn't join us today, but I know that a few of them did sign it as well, and they were really hoping to get on board as well. So.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions for Scott or Catherine on this one? Mike, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, this is more a question for what council can do with the motion as it comes up tonight. Could we change the motion so that it is a right of refusal as opposed to putting up for general auction?
The motion can be pulled and open for discussion, so you could actually pull that item and open it up to the table of 9 to discuss before because nothing's ratified only at council. So right now, what we've got in front of council on tonight's agenda is a recommendation. That recommendation can get pulled and for further discussion, and you could make a motion and see if that passes or not. That's
Perfect.
That's how
Thank
the ball bounces. Any other questions for Catherine or Scott? Well, seeing none, thank you very much. This will come up
Thank
very
you.
shortly. Agenda item number 7, consent agenda, of which we have none. Item number 8 is the items for consideration, and it was 8A, and it's moved by Councillor Saunders, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that the request for bylaw exemption related to refreshment vehicles 2004-101, as amended, being the business licensing bylaw for Mr. Caddo, be approved. Comments, questions on this one? Councillor Saunders.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of questions. When we use the term temporary, temporary means usually for a finite period of time. What's the definition of temporary in terms of this particular approval?
So I'll look to either the CEO or clerk. Do we have a clock in this one?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have the document in front of me right now, and the sun would prevent me from seeing it even if I did. But from my memory, the date of the approval was to go from starting tomorrow to September 30th. So it's specifically a summer-related approval.
One
So this
sum-
would have to come back then next year if you wanted to continue it next year.
Correct.
Okay. Second, my second comment is I look at the location, the proposed location of the business, and it appears to me as if it's on a grassy surface. On our, down in our parks, in wet periods, a vehicle of that nature is going to chew our grassy surface all to heck. And I'm wondering if there's another location close to Mr. Cadou's request that would be on tarmac that would alleviate that problem.
Stacy, please.
Thank you, Councillor Saunders. This was actually, the site was investigated by the municipal bylaw enforcement officer, the parks manager, facilities manager, as well as, I believe, the director of public works looked at may have been related to parking, but staff did investigate the area very closely to ensure that the location would be suitable for such vehicle. I believe the area isn't necessarily grassy. It's got almost a bit of a gravel area, and it is not an area that is wet or damp in any way.
Thank you. Supplemental then to our Director of Public Works. Brian, you've obviously or apparently have looked at this location. Will it in fact take the weight of a vehicle and without damaging?
Through to Councillor Saunders, if it is parked in the gravel area that the clerk has mentioned, it should be able to support the weight of a vehicle, yes.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any other questions? Councillor Rawson, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a quick question to the clerk or CEO. There's a comment in the bylaw that the clerk or the CEO can terminate this with 24 hours notice. So I'm just wondering if that's a little extreme, and what there's no real descriptors of what that clause or what that pre-descriptor would look like. So I'm just wondering what the intent of that language is.
24-hour clock certainly favors the town's position. Stacy?
Thank you, Your Worship. That clause was added in order to, because this is a first-time process for us in terms of allowing a refreshment vehicle in our parks. We want to ensure that all of the policies are maintained for a refreshment vehicle, being that the location is maintained, all of the refreshment vehicle licensing are kept up to date, and if not, that approval would be removed so that the town would not be at risk in any way having them continue in that area.
Councillor Rawson, please.
So I appreciate that. I just read that it's at their discretion, our CEO and clerk, and I just would like if we can clarify in accordance with our existing policies, procedures, bylaws as a board to, just sounds like we at will can say, I'm going to do it today. So some clarification in that in the descriptor I think would be appropriate.
Do we have policies and such that we could point to on this one? I look to the clerk or CEO. I understand Councillor Rawson's point, but I don't know whether we have anything to point at.
I do believe the letter, again, I don't have it in front of me, but I do believe the letter does specifically state that all bylaws and regulations need to be followed. I could put the two together so that it's, I know maybe it appears as though they're separated, but
Okay.
they are linked. I could make it look a little more like they're actually one and the same, that if not, that the CAO and clerk would have the authority to remove the temporary approval if that's acceptable.
Councillor Rawson, does that satisfy your need?
I would be comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Saunders?
I was just going to add, Your Worship, that we've worked very, very hard as a council to try and create an attitude of friendliness to the residents of Penetanguishene and cooperation with the residents of Penetanguishene. And I have full confidence in our clerk and in our CAO that this particular clause would never be abused.
Thank you very much. I think Council certainly agrees with that sentiment. Any other comments before I call the vote on this one? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed, if any, and that is carried. Moving on to Agenda 9, and this is the minutes for approval from previous meetings. Oh, thank you very much, AP. Thank you. I don't have that motion in front of me. So I'll just look for a mover and seconder on the fly then. Stacy, I don't have a motion, so the recommendation is that the Council of Town of Penetanguishene approves Vicki Lynn Wilson to be appointed to the Transit Committee effective June 8th, 2016 for the balance of the council term. Mover for that, please. Councillor Rawson, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Comments, questions? Deputy Mayor, please. Turn your mic on, Nina, please.
I have a question for Stacy. I know that in conversation, did this individual get back to you by email, Stacy?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. We do have some potential times that we're going to be sharing with the Town of Midland staff representative of their side for the Transit Committee so that we can come to an agreement between both sides to have our first meeting.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 9, presentation and consideration of a report of Committee of the Whole. Stacy, I just got an email here saying their audio's off in the live stream. I don't know if we can have somebody check that out for us. So 9A, well, new systems, folks. So we just had this going, so I think this is week 3 or 4, so we're working on the bugs out of our live streaming. The patios come up under Brian's section, so under T&E, and the other item under discussion was 1400 Sandy Bay Road, and that's under planning. So I think there's 2 items that I think I've been informed people want to pull. So I'll go over to recommendations from Recreation Community Services. So it's moved by Councillor LaRue, seconded by Councillor Mayotte, that the recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole Report 2016-10 of June 8, 2016, related to Recreation and Community Services section be approved. Does any member of council wish to pull any of these items for discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And they are approved. And I'll move on to Finance and Corporate Services. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Saunders, that the recommendations contained within Committee of the Whole Report 2016-10 of June 8th, 2016, related to Finance and Corporate Services section be approved. Does anybody wish to pull any of these items? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to planning. So it's moved by Councillor Lauder, seconded by myself, that the recommendations contained within Committee of the Whole Report 2016-10 of June 8th, 2016, related to the Planning and Development Services section be approved. Does anybody wish to pull any items here? Councillor Lauder, please.
Thank you, Worship. I would like to pull the correspondence from residents of 1400 Sandy Bay Road, repayment of the parkland dedication fee.
Okay.
If we could pull that item.
Okay, we'll pull that. Any other items to be pulled? Then we'll vote on the balance. All in favor of the remaining items? And that is carried. And Councillor Lauder, please.
Thank you, Worship. I know conversation went on last 2 weeks ago regarding this, and the direction was simply to, by council, was to regarding the payment of the parkland dedication. I'd like, first of all, possibly Andrea may have a few words, but we also have a resident from Sandy Bay Road, 1400, and if possibly she could have a word to council, that would also be appreciated.
Thank you. Angie, do you want to articulate?
Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship, members of council. This matter actually was brought forward at the last meeting of the Committee of the Whole, and direction was given that an agreement be prepared regarding the payment of the cash in lieu of parkland dedication. So from staff's point of view, and I think from the B-Fort's point of view, we need a little bit of clarification exactly what was the direction given. So the B-Fort's originally requested deferral or delay of the payment. My understanding that meeting, the direction was given that the payment be made and an agreement be prepared to describe how the payment is refunded. So we're sort of 2 different topics here. So we just need clarification on what exactly the direction was from council on that matter.
Okay, so I guess so the motion on the floor will be then you're looking for council to give clarification to planning how to proceed?
Yes, correct, Your Honor. And if I could have Kathy Beeford come
I want to get the item on the floor, though, so I got a mover. Is anybody willing to second this? Councillor Saunders? Okay, so that motion is now on the floor. And I'll look to Stacy. So the motion in front of us is that council provide clarification instructors to the Director of Planning regarding 1400 Sandy Bay Road. Does that sound
Thank you, yes.
accurate?
Just to clarify, the motion did say, and sorry if I just kind of came back from the whole live stream
yeah,
thing,
sorry.
so just getting caught up, but the motion did say that the Director of Planning be directed to provide an agreement for this So she's just really looking for further clarification. It's not really about a change of emotion, so I believe that the discussion can be had if the moving and second has happened, unless council is deciding to go away from providing an agreement. It's really just about clarifying the type of agreement, I think, is what our director is looking for.
Okay, my apologies. I know at county council, sometimes I chair 2 meetings, so county council, if a motion gets pulled, then it has to have a mover and seconder to open discussion. So if I've mixed up my roles, so be it.
No, I think you have the mover and second. I think we're
So
okay.
I'm good both ways now. So Kathy, if you want to make a couple of comments, welcome those, please.
And the green light is on. Thank you, Your Worship and Council. The original letter that I was sent in on May 18th was a request to delay the parkland dedication fee paid to the town of Penetanguishene on the establishment of that severed lot as a registered lot. As you know, the house is for sale, and the last offer we had on the house was for the whole property, including the lot that's about to be severed. Unfortunately, the offer did not go through, but we anticipate, as there's interest in the home, that may indeed happen again. So having gone through this process of preparing this lot to be severed, in conversations we had with your staff from the very beginning of this process, was that perhaps this parkland dedication fee could be delayed, given the special circumstances of the property being for sale. So that's always been our intent. We proceeded with the application for consent and the zoning change and the appraisals and fees and surveys and everything based on that. So here we are now at the time for this to be finalized. The parkland dedication fee has been established. The property is still for sale, and we are hoping for permission from council to delay the parkland dedication fee until the lot is a registered, transferred lot as a separate entity, and at that time pay the parkland dedication fee that is due to the town as a separate lot. But until then, we prefer not to pay the fee so that we're not out the money for that period of time until the lot is indeed registered.
Thank you for that. I guess may I look to our staff for clarification. And so I understand the request, but from the Planning Act legislation, is that something the council could consider, or is the act clear that we cannot or can do this?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So maybe just describe a little bit of how consents are processed and how we clear conditions of consent. So in this case, a condition was applied that we receive payment of the cash in lieu. And so among other conditions, that the applicant must satisfy those conditions. And once they have satisfied those conditions, the Secretary Treasurer issues a certificate of official, and that certificate of official has to be issued within 1 year of approval of the consent application. So once that's issued, it's sort of out of the municipality's hands and it goes into the applicant's hands, and the applicant has 2 years from that issuance of date to then register the certificate and legally create that parcel of land. So from the perspective of staff, so we have to satisfy that condition in some way. Council does have the authority to accept an alternative type of agreement in place to satisfy that condition. So that's what was proposed at the last meeting, that an agreement be prepared. The staff recommendation at that time was that we didn't feel comfortable, and we have sought legal opinion on this, on accepting a deferral of payment. We're not sure, or the legal advice has been that they don't consider that actually satisfaction of that condition, that there could be something done in which the payment is made, but the agreement's prepared to talk about the refund. So from a staff recommendation, that would be mine to council, was that we receive the payment, and then the agreement deals with the refund if the certificate and the lot is never created.
Thank you for that. And just for my clarification then as well, so can we do the typical Canadian thing and meet everybody halfway and get 50%? I don't know, I'm just asking. So council's going to wrestle with this in a moment. So
For 50% of...
Take 50% of the cash and hold that in reserve. So they've got their 50% tucked away, we've got 50% in there, and everybody kind of waits to see how the ship sails, which is a truly Canadian solution to this problem. So I don't know, is that in fact something we could consider?
I did not examine that kind of thing with our solicitor. Trust me, we have talked a number of times with both the Beforts and the town solicitors on this. The direction, there was a couple different concepts or options presented, and the legal counsel at Russell Christie advised that, in their opinion, the town would meet its legal obligations only through the acceptance of a payment of the cash in lieu of parkland and an agreement be prepared for the refund.
right, Councillor, any other questions on this? Councillor Saunders, please, and then Deputy Mayor.
Well, I'm a little distressed, Your Worship, to hear this kind of discussion going on. At the last council meeting, we had a thorough debate about this issue. We were assured both by our Director of Planning and by our Treasurer that everything was within the scope of the town and that it could be done relatively easily. And so something that's so easy seems to have accumulated some difficulties. And so I'm wondering, why is it that we can't just go back to the decision we made at the last council meeting and make that happen?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Saunders, and that's the request for the clarification. I think from that meeting, I was under the impression that that was the direction given from council. The motion didn't exactly say that, and I think the B-Forts were under a different impression that council had approved the delay of the payment of cash in lieu. So for the benefit of the B-Forts, they've come back and they did provide us a letter following that meeting which referenced the delay or deferral of that payment, and that, in my opinion, wasn't in keeping of the direction. However, I did want to bring, and the B-Forts did request that we bring this forward again so that council could clarify that direction.
Councillor Lauder.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm in favor of the delay of the payment. If there's no actual change from a county standpoint, to me, it seems like there's payment now and then a repayment later if the line doesn't sell, whereas let's just wait till it gets registered, and if it's registered, then payment's made and everything's nice and simple.
Seconder for delaying that payment. Councillor Saunders. Further discussion? Oh, Andrea?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify one more part of that is, so if that is council's desire to delay it, the second part of that would be somehow legally we should enter into an undertaking with either the B-Forts or their solicitors so that we have something legally registered so that we know who's obligated to pay when and where. So it's a very complicated process, but we were hoping it would be a lot smoother, but in this case, if the direction is that we delay the payment and that an undertaking be prepared either by the B-Forts or their solicitor to provide that payment.
Yep.
And we're happy to do that, absolutely.
Thank you. You'd be happy to do that. Okay. Any other comments on delaying this? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. In favor of delaying the payments? Opposed? And that's approved. So you now got direction. We're delaying the payments, and we'll trust both parties will work together on an agreement that's satisfactory.
We will.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andrew.
Sorry, folks, I got missing a blue piece of paper here somewhere. It's number 9A, and that would be Transportation and Environmental Services. For some reason, I don't have that in front of me, but I assume that it would be, I've got it over here, Doug, somewhere. It's somewhere lost in the sea of blue. Anyways, it'll be moved by Councillor Ross and seconded by Councillor LaRose that the recommendations contained within Committee of the Whole Report 2016-10 of June 8th, 2016, related to the Transportation and Environmental Services section be approved. Any members wish to pull any of these items? Councillor Lauder, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'd like to pull the surplus wooden deck and walkways for the Main Street trial, if I may.
Okay, yes, you certainly can. Anybody wish to pull any of the other items? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on the balance. All in favor? And the balance is carried. Councillor Lauder, I'll turn the floor over to you, please.
Thank you, Worship. I hear the presentation being made tonight, and unfortunately I wasn't here last week, with regrets, but looking at the patios, especially hearing the concept that the patios were specifically designed for the locations, my feeling is that if we simply wait for a public auction, it's going to take literally weeks, if not a month, and we're well into the summer and people are going to be more stressed, both from the vendor standpoint and also from the public standpoint if the patios were indeed requested and desired. The other thing is, it doesn't make sense to me, the patios were designed for our main street and whatnot with the curvature, the slope and everything else. I don't see why it should be given to someone else or given up for a general public auction. What I'd like to see, and I'd like to make a friendly amendment, that the sale of the surplus vehicles and equipment policies will, specifically that the wooden patio decks be offered as first right to the current owners, and then if they are not interested, then they can be put up through public auction.
Thoughts, suggestions, Councillor Rawson?
So maybe a question for clarification from our CEO or our director, but my understanding this is town property, so we're the owners. So the right first of use comes to us, so it falls to this bylaw.
The
They're
town
ours.
property, yes, yes.
So we got to dispose of them according to our bylaw and our rules. We're talking about putting patios on the main street, that's another conversation. Tonight we're talking about getting rid of assets, this is the process.
So it won't be a friendly amendment. Councillor Lauder, please.
Absolutely have no problem with the fact that it is our town property, and that's why we have the option of giving it up for sale. But I think it's reasonable that the first right of refusal should go to the people who have used it and have put resources into it in the past. So just looking from the standpoint that should we have left it as a public auction straight, we should have done this months ago so it would have been available for people at a proper time frame. As it is right now, hearing our Director of Public Works, I would say it's going to take at least a month and a half, at least 4 weeks before this comes up for auction. And then at that point, we're into July, and we're well into the summer, and the whole purpose of, we might as well just say, no patios allowed on our main street. Or not that they're not allowed, we're not going to give any assistance towards patios on Main Street. We're going to make it as tough as possible. And I don't think that's in best interest of Penetanguishene. Thank you.
Councillor LaRose, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's very, very confusing. We have a rule, we have a policy that we need to follow. Using the logic that some other people had it, would that make sense to say that if we were getting rid of our bylaw vehicle, that our bylaw officers should get the first right to buy it? Just because they drove it all day, somebody else walked on it? Not interested. We need to stick with our policy and do what's right, what's proper. The other thing that bothers me a little bit is that our last discussion that we had when we were doing the curb realignments back on Main Street, when the experiment ended, was we were asked to continue it for 1 year at that time. That was about 3 years ago, 2 years ago. So council at the time said, yes, let's do that for 1 more year. We already had them, we brought them back. And then I do believe it was Dave Lalone's crew said they would help with the installation or taking down. Well, if I can recollect at the time, council said that was it. They were coming out and they were done. That's why they got on the list to be disposed of. Council was not interested in having patios there of that type anymore. And that was the discussion at the time. So that's why they're up for sale or for auction, how we deem fit. So now here we are again. When we went to get rid of them, it was to be at no cost to the municipality because we were done with that. Well, our public works guys were there, our tractors were there, our backhoes were there, our loaders, all our guys. We spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of taxpayer dollars again on something that was supposed to be done with before. So then we go back to earlier tonight, 15 minutes ago, how we're going to charge a business owner in our town to go down for a licensing fee to use the park. And here we are going to say, hey, why don't the taxpayers buy these patios? Why don't we store them? Why don't we help with putting them in and taking them down? And well, let's give them away for free. But for somebody to go park on a piece of gravel in a park, we're going to charge them a license. So at the end of our discussion last time, if we jump back again to where we were a year and a half ago with this, is staff was to bring to council a report saying what the charges per square foot, what the insurance things are, all of those things to be decided upon so that we could work for that for when Main Street gets redone. So, as far as I'm concerned, we're treating a whole group of people very, very, very unfairly, right? These are taxpayer things. They need to be gotten rid of in the proper way, gone through the proper policy, and that's the way it is.
Brian, in terms of the patios, so if we were to decide that we declared the item surplus in 2017 when we're digging up Main Street, and we don't need them in 2018 because the Main Street would be such that the patios go on there, So if we decided to defer, delay declaring them surplus, and we reached out to vendors such as the Froth Cafe, I think you said the pub, you said the Green Ribbon, and I think Splash, the Splash Group. So if they were interested in utilizing those patios in front of their facilities, and they had to go through town bylaws and deal with yourself and Andrea, are there any fees or associated stuff? So I take Councillor LaRue's point, so the trial's over. That said, we do have patios, and they do exist, and maybe the option in front of us is to declare them surplus next year, and because they'll be totally redundant to everybody after that point, and other citizens could bid on them then. But is there fees associated with applying for patio licenses and all that sort of paperwork?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll defer that question to Andrea regarding the use of sidewalk bylaw.
Andrea, please.
Thank you very much. So the town does have that use of sidewalk bylaw, extended use of sidewalk bylaw that does govern such things as sandwich board signs, beautification items, and outdoor patios. Under that agreement, or under that bylaw, and it was a little unclear, I know council did waive a number of the fees. There was a fee of $200 for patios. We are still looking at if that was for a one-year waive of that fee, or if that fee is now reinstituted, but that would possibly be a fee for a patio installation. The second fee would be application for a building permit. That's also required. And I believe that's if we classify it as a deck, which is, I think, where we'd collect that fee, it's $96 for that permit.
So it'd be $296 for the patio fee compared to the vendor's vehicle in the park at $250. So okay, so in terms of fairness, in terms of our vendors, it kind of skins up. Deputy Mayor.
But the engineering work is all done. If in fact these businesses were, if council agreed to let the patios go back up, it would just be a matter of using what has already been designed, correct? And would the fee still, would still apply?
Through Your Worship to the Deputy Mayor, the decks were constructed based on an engineered design drawing that we used to apply for the building permits for the drawings. So those are still in place.
Thank you. Your Worship, if I may, just one last comment.
Please.
I think the patios are a great asset to our community, and I certainly would support moving forward and having the businesses. If all three businesses where the patios existed are all in unison and they can be installed at their expense, I would support a motion that we move forward with that.
So you want to adjust your motion in any way, shape, or form, Councillor Water?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not even sure that that's the issue right now. All we're really saying is we, as town, own the patios and we want to get rid of them. And yes, we can wait for months and months and months and put it up on a public auction when we're going to sell our surplus vehicles and equipment and everything else and add this wooden deck to it. Or we could put up for sale right away as quickly as possible. And we have vendors that are interested and they've pre-used it for 2 years. We do have policies in place with respect to they would have to sign their licensing or whatever with respect to putting the patio up and whatnot. I'm simply saying, let's expedite this sale so that the town can get money as quickly as possible. Let's expedite it, and if people want it right now, let's get it to them as quickly as possible. So I'm simply saying, let's give first right of refusal to the people who have used and owned it for used and have participated in its luxury for 2 years, and as we heard, have put money towards, through their business, to make it possible, and let's just facilitate this. The whole thing is we're supposed to be looking after the town and hopefully doing the best thing in the town's best interest. Simply what I'm trying to do right now.
Councillor Ross and then Councillor LaRose.
So I think we're putting the cart before the horse again. Last year we did the patios again. We did it as a one-year thing. We said for the Main Street, our resolve at this table was we're going to put the Bullards option on Main Street because we said the council will decide if there's going to be patios or not, but at least if we did the Bullards option, we're not handcuffing anybody that we could do them or not do them. There was no we are doing them. We said we're going to engineer the road that will allow it to happen. The discussion last year was that was just going to happen last year, and that was done. It was a definitive time period. So the Bullards was our only we are engineered to happen in the future. We never said that. So tonight, we just have a thing before us saying we want to sell our stuff like we normally do. That's what's before us. We're not talking about patios tonight. Bad idea. I'm going to oppose this because some people think it's good, but there's lots of people that don't. And sure, the merchants on this side of the main street that support this, there's merchants on the other side that have caused much complaints that their senior population have a hard time getting to the dentist and the like. And there's as many people that complain about them as many people that do like them. So you're right, we are here for everyone. We should look out for everyone. And the thing here tonight is, are we going to sell our things according to our policy? That's what we're talking about, period.
Councillor LaRose.
Thank you, Your Worship. That was some of my stuff, but I have, taken great pains lately to just watch when I go up and down the main street at that location during the day. So from about 8 o'clock on, almost all of those parking spots that are available now are being used. So with the patios, it takes away, I believe, 6 spots, 7 spots. So I am in complete agreement that we don't do this, as everybody knows. I think it's a big detriment to the town. I get way more complaints about those patios than anything. It drives people away from our main street. It may drive it to that specific business that has one, but everybody else that can't get their vehicles around there, that can't get their boats to go around, that can't get their trailers to go through, don't like it.
Right, so I'm looking for a motion, so the deputy mayor, so you're recommending that the patios, what's your recommendation, Nita?
Well, I guess
Yeah, we're talking about the patios, and
we're talking about,
discussion's wide open, Dan. With council, the recommendations come from council, don't restrict the conversation from committee of the whole. Go ahead, Anita.
well, I guess we're looking at the recommendation that is here, or that was from the discussion that we had 2 weeks ago. And Councillor Louder has asked that we move this forward quickly, and I support that. So how do we put that motion forward?
Stacy?
I will clerk it up for those looking to make that amendment. I would suggest that it say that the wooden decks and walkways be exempt from the sale of surplus and vehicles equipment policy, and that the wooden decks and walkways be sold to the downtown businesses where previously installed at a fair market value.
Thank you.
Councillor Lauder?
My only problem with that is it be offered at fair market value, and if they buy it, then that's great. If they don't buy it, then it gets added to our surplus equipment and vehicles and gets sold at that point in general auction.
So we would change that they would be offered to the downtown businesses where previously installed at fair market value,
Yes.
as opposed to sold.
Perfect. Yes, please.
So you're moving that?
And I'll
You
support
second that. Any other comments on the motion in front of us? Seeing none, then I'll call and vote. All in favor of this? Opposed? And that motion is defeated. So now we go back to the motion on the floor. It's the existing one. So Stacy, could you read the existing one, please?
Existing motion is that the sale of the surplus vehicles and equipment policy, as per the sale of the surplus vehicles and equipment policy, the wooden decks and walkways be used during the Main Street trial be sold through public auction.
And those in favor of that motion? Opposed? Oh, sorry, yes, Councillor Saunders, sorry. I thought we were headed down a 4-4 path. Sorry, I was pre-assuming something.
No, thank you, Your Worship. I think part of the problem here is that our policy for disposing of surplus assets did not contemplate stuff that was custom designed for a particular area. It was dealing more with generic items that anybody might have an interest in. And so it's perhaps it's timely to have a look at that particular policy in terms of its appropriateness. Secondly, we're going to be digging up our Main Street in 1 year. And it seems to me that this is sort of a 1-year issue that we're trying to deal with. And if this property has been declared surplus, as I assume is the case, it seems to me to dispose of it in any other way now would require us to go back and revisit that decision, in which we meet it surplus to our needs,
It's just for clarity, Councillor
And,
Saunders, so we haven't made it surplus, that's what it's in front of us yet, so that's not been ratified.
That's not been ratified.
That has not, just for
So
clarity.
then, that brings me to my other point, which was, given the fact that this is a one-year hiatus that we're looking at seemingly, could we lease or rent the patios to people who are, the businesses that are interested on a one-year basis, so that we get a chance to have a look at the new configuration of Main Street after the construction has taken place?
So would you put forward a motion on that direction?
Sure.
Seconder for that motion? Deputy Mayor? I certainly think that's fair and reasonable. Stacy?
Just looking for clarification, are we sort of revisiting the motion that was, except for changing that they be offered and be leased?
No, because that motion doesn't exist, right? So that's a recommendation. So the motion on this matter comes from this table tonight. So that's a recommendation that we don't have to respect. That recommendation doesn't have to be in play. So that's just a recommendation. Council can make, the motions happen here to make final decisions, so we don't have to revisit.
No,
Put it
I
back to
understand
the
that, but
committee of the whole.
in terms of forming this new motion that
Yeah.
Councillor Saunders is looking for, I'm assuming it would be similar to the last one, except it would say that they be leased to the downtown businesses,
Could you read that for us?
so that the wooden decks and walkways be exempt from the sale of surplus vehicles and equipment policy, and that the wooden decks and walkways be leased to the downtown businesses where previously installed at fair market value?
Fair lease rate. Councillor Saunders?
What I could be persuaded into is, my colleague, Councillor LaRoe, has made mention of the fact that people rent stuff, property to, I guess, camp on, whatever. Whatever that rate is, charge these people the exact same rate.
So at a rate, Stacy, that's comparable to a similar activity within the town of Penetanguishene. Councillor Leroux?
Your Worship, a couple of questions through the Brian. Brian, first of all, where are these decks at the moment, these patios?
Through your worship to Councillor LaRue, they're being stored at Ojibwe Landing right now, and they're being transported to the Public Works Yard this week.
Now, as I was given to understand, once they're moved from Ojibwe Landing, you cannot bring them back. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the other question is that if we were to go on lease them for a year, what kind of cost are we looking at as far as the municipality is concerned?
Just for clarification, costs meaning
Cost meaning that
for the installation of the patios?
Installation and dismantling.
To dismantle and reinstall the patios was approximately 4 days' work for the roads division. I'd have to check in terms of the wages and labor cost for that, but it was about 4 days' work.
Councillor Leroux, please.
Yes, so your worship, in my case, I don't know that I would have an issue with the rental, but however, I have an issue with the cost. If it's going to be done and gets done, then those people who have access to them and would pay the cost to the municipality for installing and dismantling.
So look to the director for clarity. So they're going to be up at Public Works, so there's nothing stopping the business owners or preventing you from allowing the business owners to come on site and pick the material up and install it on their own and then deliver it back to you at their cost, and whether they get volunteers or however they manage that. So do you have anything that prevents you from allowing that to occur?
With the direction of council, no.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mayotte.
Thank you, Your Worship. One little concern I have, if we are leasing these patios to the merchants, who's liable? Will insurance cover anybody gets hurt on those patios? Is the town liable, or is it the business? Now, we're leasing them, so obviously we're going to have a contract. Who's liable for this?
I'll look to our Director of Planning. Andrea, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Mayotte. That is covered through the extended use of sidewalks, so that the merchants are responsible for insurance purposes, naming the town as an additional named insurer up for $5 million. So they would have to provide that for the town to cover the municipality in case someone was to get hurt.
Councillor Rawson, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. So my only part I'm stuck on is our motion was how do we get rid of our stuff, and now we're talking about let's put up patios again. Two different conversations. I think we'd be better off deferring this to back to committee and then figure out all these details. We leasing them, we selling them, we have insurance? What's the rental rates? We're getting in the weeds on this one. This was simply a committee report from T&E from 2 weeks ago on how do we get rid of our stuff. And now we're trying to figure out what color we want planters on the sidewalks, and we're going in the weeds.
It's our prerogative to go in the weeds when we get to council. It's just recommendations come to us, not bylaws or final decisions. Councillor Lauder, please. I'm trying to make sure everybody speaks once here because we are in council.
Sorry, this will be my last time, but...
No, it's a new topic, so you're good.
Oh, no, as far as I'm concerned, right from the start, I'm talking about the same sort of thing. As I understand, any businesses throughout Penetanguishene can put up a patio and whatnot, make a license and apply and whatnot. All I'm saying is, I'm not asking for any of that stuff. I'm simply saying we have wooden decks here that were originally designed and proposed for a specific area. It would be reasonable in us trying to sell those properties.
That's been defeated, though, Councillor Lauder, so now we're on to a lease motion, so we need to speak to the motion to lease them.
But I'm saying I don't even agree with the fact of us having to dictate the fact that a patio is going in. As far as I'm concerned, we're just getting rid of our property. So they can do it as they feel. Same with what was originally presented here. So I'm not sure. I agree with Councillor Rawson. I don't know why we're doing so many conversations. We're just trying to sell property. And at that point, once we get rid of the property, that's great, and let them do. If they can then make application and do whatever they want. We can't, it's not up to us to say, let a patio go in. That's not what we're supposed to do. That's
Staff allow that to
That
happen.
is policy, that we've already done the policy, staff is going to do that.
So now we're deciding whether we want to lease it, so staff can implement that policy if the vendor so desire to lease our property.
And in the same way, as far as I'm concerned, if we don't make this attractive to a person, then those people can simply buy their own wood and make application for a patio and do the work anyways themselves, so.
Okay, Councillor LaRue, please.
Just a point of order, Your Worship, is that they couldn't just apply for a permit and put a patio up. We're talking about town property here.
The policies and procedures, though, are such that they'd have to apply for proper permits under our policies, and Angie and Brian would execute and approve those, or not approve them, depending on the policy and the application itself. So it's a standard application. If I've misspoken here, Angie, go ahead.
No, I was just going to quote, so I actually have the bylaw up. It's bylaw 2014-35, which deals with the extended use of sidewalks and boulevards and would permit the construction of patios, outdoor patios on municipal property. And that is a bylaw that's in place and allows myself and Brian to approve that, given certain sort of design criteria, such as a minimum sidewalk width of 1.5 meters or 5 feet, and that could also extend out into the roadway or into parking stalls, which would be through Brian through use of
Permit for road occupancy.
a permit for road occupancy through Brian for the use of that space.
Very much. All right, so Councillor Saunders, and then I'll call for the vote.
Just a final comment, Your Worship. Two gentlemen on my right have been opposed to patios since we just started talking about patios, and I respect their ability and right to do that. That said, we're in a one-year hiatus here, and Councillor LaRue asked about the costs of installing this stuff. Well, we heard earlier tonight from the lady who wants to have the patio that she's prepared to put up her own, absorb her own costs of installation. So when I'm talking about renting the materials to this lady for 1 year, the insurance is already looked after. She's going to absorb the cost of installation and removal. I don't see the problem. Now, once the main street has been renovated and redesigned, it'll be a whole topic for discussion again at that time, whether or not we have the room to continue to do this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what I'm attempting to do by putting forward this motion to rent the material for 1 year is allow the patios to go up because we're rapidly getting into peak season. And if we, the renting of the material would allow us to bypass for the short term our property surplus kind of issue.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Councillor LaRue, do you have a final comment before I call for the vote?
Yep. As indicated, Your Worship, I probably wouldn't have a problem with leasing the materials for the patios, but the condition is that it would be understood that the cost of installing and dismantling would be at the cost of the proponent.
Would the mover and seconder consider that a friendly amendment? Stacy? So if you could read the motion with that friendly amendment
The
from
new
Councillor
motion?
LaRue.
That the wooden decks and walkways be exempt from the sale of surplus vehicles and equipment policy, and that the wooden decks and walkways be leased to the downtown businesses where previously installed at a rate comparable to a similar activity within the town of Penetanguishene. And that finally, that if leased, any cost of the installation and removal of said walkways and decks be borne by the business owner.
Mover and seconder, you're satisfied with that motion? Okay, then I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much. And so moving on to agenda item number 10, presentation and consideration of special committees. We have none. Motions to which notice has previously been given, we have none. Notice of motions to be presented, and I do have one. It's moved by myself, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that whereas additional information regarding the construction of Thompson Road extension has been provided by the Director of Public Works related to the cost and timing related to the 2017 Main Street reconstruction project, that the motion of the special council meeting of April 1st, 2015, being that the Thompson's Road extension be designed and constructed prior to construction taking place on the section of Main Street from Thompson Road to Robert Street, be reconsidered at the meeting council, or sorry, at the meeting of council. We got meeting here twice. At the council meeting of June 22nd, 2016. So that'll come up. There's no discussion on that. It'll come up on the 22nd for council consideration. Thank you for that. Considerations of bylaws. 13A, it's moved by Councillor Lauder, seconded by myself, that bylaw 2016-30 and 2016-31 be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk. All in favor of that motion? And that is carried. Agenda item number 14, question period, questions period from media or public. Does any member of the media questions? Ian?
Jerry, last week, there was comments were made online by a member of this council towards a local business owner who, that were seen as being offensive and perhaps making accusations that may or may not have been true. This individual said that he would leave it in the hands of council to deal with this certain situation. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. What is council going to do?
So a couple things. So when we have questions from the media and public's actually on the agenda items for tonight, I'd be happy to, if you want to interview council after, certainly we're open for that, but the questions actually are restricted to the agenda items. That's for purposes of transparency. You don't want to have a conversation that the citizens weren't aware of, and that's why we have to stick to that agenda. So I'm not trying to be a stickler for the rules, but that's how that rolls out. I appreciate that question. Any questions from the public? All right, and I forgot, Elizabeth? So you always have to have, she's the magic person in the back I asked for 6 years in a row now. Then moving on to 16A, it's the confirmation bylaw, and it's moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Saunders, that that confirming bylaw 2016-32 be signed and sealed by the Mayor and Clerk. Oh, Councillor Rawson, sorry.
We just passed the announcements on Inquires 15, so if we can go back to
Oh,
that.
yeah, thank you, sorry for that. Doug, go ahead, please. Do you have an announcement?
Yeah, we've got a couple.
Good.
One, this past week, we all celebrated the closing celebrations of PSS. I just want to pass an extra special thanks to Irene Lau and her committee on a great job on that. And I'm hopeful that council can have them here. We can present a little memento thanks to that committee for their work. I think they did a great job on that. So I hope everyone can support that. And second, everyone probably recognized that our new CEO is here, so it's a warm welcome to Jeff. And
That was going to be
welcome
at the
aboard.
start of the next meeting, so I was holding off. That was intentional, because this council meeting was actually the previous CEO, and I was going to introduce Jeff at the start of committee of the whole. So that's his first full assignment with the with council. But nonetheless, Jeff Lees is here, so Jeff, welcome aboard. Now that we've got you here, certainly excited to have you here and excited to work with you. And did you want to make any comment? I'll put you right on the camera and throw you under the bus. Go.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor, for the nice comments. Certainly happy to be here. It's been a busy but I think eventful and productive 8 days, I guess now, day 8. But certainly I look forward to working with council, staff. Staff have been excellent, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the public. So I look forward to working with everyone to fulfill the strategic direction of the town. So thank you.
Very much. Alrighty, so we'll move on to 16A, moved by the Deputy Mayor. Oh, sorry, Anita?
Yes. I would just like to comment that I did go on behalf of council to the closing ceremonies at PSS on Saturday, and we did have a frame and a picture of the school and a little wording put at the bottom of it, so I did make that presentation to council, to principal, and hopefully they will find a place of honor for it in Midland, in the Midland School, and then again in the new school. So I just wanted to throw that out. Certainly very much in favor of having the committee come forward. They did a bang-up job. The weekend was very successful.
Thank you very much. Certainly, I was in Winnipeg, so I couldn't attend, but I tell you that the online comments and you watch the social media, I mean, it was just buzzing. People hadn't get connected for 20, 25 years and got back and forth. It was quite exciting. And just in terms of the plaque that Anita presented, is actually in my speech tomorrow that it'd be hung, because the new school, the groundbreaking ceremonies will occur tomorrow. So actually in my speech is the fact that we've got that plaque, and we certainly anticipate a place of honor in the new school commemorating PSS and all it's meant to our community. Councillor Leroux or Mayotte?
Your Worship, announcement here that tomorrow, June 9th, is the Penetanguishene Seniors Information Day being held at the arena. It is a free admission and lunch from 10 o'clock until 2 p.m. And our guest speaker is Brock Godfrey, the OVP, who will be speaking to us about scams and how to avoid them. So everyone, welcome. And the other thing is that notice, I'm sure people have noticed, that our hanging baskets are up and about, and that thank you and Councillor Lauder for your efforts last night to getting the flower boxes going, and the main street is starting to look good.
It certainly does, and Mike and I were a small part of that group. I think there was like 24 people out there. It's the most I've ever seen, and we actually planted so quickly that they actually had to go up and get more plants, and we actually ended up doing the town dock at the same time, so it was great. And the other one is, of course, Friday, and maybe I'll turn to Councillor Ross, and so we have special celebrations on Friday, starting at 9:30 with Madame Milieu and the Ministry of Francophone Affairs, so maybe you could share a little bit about that.
Yeah, so great event. 9:30 at Champlain Wendat Park. Looking forward to it. I think Nicole, our museum curator, has 300 youth coming from schools across Ontario, so it was a great day, and looking forward to everyone there for the relaunch closing of our 400th anniversary.
Very much. Good. Councillor Leroux.
And just further to Councillor Rawson's comments, we will be honored with the presence of the Deputy Mayor of Honfleur, France.
Right.
And I have the privilege of being her guide.
Yep, very much so, very much so. Exciting times. Lots happening in towns. I guess I shouldn't have skipped over that one so quickly because we had a lot to announce tonight. Okay, we'll get to the confirmation bylaw 16A, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Saunders, the confirming bylaw 2016-32 be signed, sealed by the Mayor and Clerk. All in favor? Sorry? That's the one we're doing now? Yep, that's the one in front of us. Yeah, all in favor of that? And that is approved. And we are adjourned from the council meeting. It looks like it's 8:46. Yeah, 16A. Yeah, 16A is the one I did, Councillor Leroux. I'm sorry? Yep, they were all signed and approved. We'll take 5 minutes because we've got to switch to committee of the whole, so we'll reconvene about 8:55 or so. Yeah, we did them together, Mike.
Oh, my goodness. Oh. my God, I hope they don't put that air on again, frozen.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me now? It's like a Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? Okay, so I'll call the Committee of the Whole meeting to order at 8:55 p.m. First item or second item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. So I'm looking for a mover and seconder for tonight's agenda. Councillor Rawson, seconded by Councillor Saunders. Questions, comments? Councillor Lauder, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. What I'd like to do, we do have a couple members of our Trails Committee here tonight, and the last item on the Committee of the Whole agenda is pertaining to the Penetanguishene Trails Committee, and I'd like to be able to move that forward if it's within Council's discretion.
And what point would you like to see it come up, Councillor Lauder?
I'm happy with Brian saying right away. I don't believe it's going to be very, very long, so if we could do it right away, that'd be perfect. That'd be great. It is item 9B3.
And we do have a presentation tonight as well. So I think we do the presentation, and I'd slide it in after the presentation. Does that seem meet Council's
I'd agree with that.
consideration? Just the one item from that section, and we'll do it as kind of right after item number 4. Okay. Everybody's fine with that? Okay. Seeing that, I'll call for approval of the agenda then, with that change. And that is carried. Moving on to declaration of pecuniary interest. Does any member of council have a pecuniary interest in tonight's session? Well, seeing none at this time, if you find yourself in that position, let us know. And I should send, Councillor Levy sends her regrets for this. And as I mentioned at the end of council, our new CEO, Jeff Lees, Jeff has got the ball. So this is his first official meeting of council. Last one was kind of a handoff from our previous CEO, Ted Walker, to Jeff. So now, Jeff, you got the wheel on the bus, and welcome, and certainly excited to have you with us here. Moving on to presentations and delegations of all sections. I understand we have a delegation, but I don't see it on the agenda. Stacy, where would I have lost that?
Are you referring to Mr. Peters regarding trails?
No, I thought I had our auditors presenting.
That's under presentations, I believe.
Yeah,
under matters for consideration.
Matters for consideration. Okay, so then we'll move right on to the trails one then. So, Councillor Lauder, we're going to. I'm going to look for a mover and a seconder. Recommended action that council receives this report. This is about the trails. The council receives this report for information purposes, and the council support the Trails Committee in their development of a Town of Penetanguishene trail strategy with municipal staff support from Parks and Recreation, Planning, and Public Works, and that the proposed trail strategy will align with the Parks and Recreation Ontario PRO Trails Action, and the plan will include current locations of trails, bike lanes, and other active transportation links, identify future active transportation links to connect existing trails, bike lanes, etc. within the Town of Penetanguishene, and connections to neighboring municipalities. Establish priorities, annual budget estimates, and timelines for the future projects as identified. Research and identify funding opportunities for future projects, including but not limited to development charges, revenue, county funding, provincial and federal grants, municipal budgets, and community organizations, service clubs, donations, fundraising, and sponsorships. And finally, that the council support the inclusion of a statement in the Town of Penetanguishene's official plan that will acknowledge and reflect the importance of active transportation, including trails and bike lanes in our community. Mover and seconder, please. Get this on for Councillor Lauder, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Lauder, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Trails Committee is very excited about this Trails report that they have spent many, many meetings on. And the lead for this report is our Vice Chair, Mr. Brian Peter. If I could invite him up and have him present this motion to us.
Please. Brian, good to see you again. You're one of those guys that retired and never been so busy. And we appreciate you volunteering in the Town of Penetanguishene and all you do.
No problem, Your Worship and members of council. It's a pleasure to be here, both as a Trails Committee member, but also as a resident of this fine town. I'd like to recognize Christine Johnston, who is also a member of our Trails Committee. And Councillor Lauder forgot to mention that he is actually our chair of our Trails Committee. A few people that couldn't make it, Frida Baldwin, who many of you should know, she's off in Europe touring. Carmen DeVella is also a member of the committee, in Kent Darby. So this report just started out as we wanted to bring forth some highlights of research that has been done over the years that really reflects the importance of trails and active transportation in tourism, economic development, healthy living, and a whole bunch of good things that are kind of like motherhood and apple pie. And then we got chatting as a committee, well, where do we want to go from here? And we all agreed to bring forward the recommendation that we really want to work with staff, and we can't stress that enough. And being in staff role before, I realize, I'm sorry to throw you guys under the bus, but we need some help on this. We've mentioned Parks and Rec, we've mentioned planning and public works. The one we didn't think about until I just thought about it tonight is Treasury, because obviously the treasurer may have certain purse strings to help us out. But we wanted to emphasize that you have a Trails Committee that are very interested and want to move forward with projects, certainly with Council's blessing and then the community support. We think we can provide a strategy. I've learned many years ago, failing to plan is planning to fail. And I won't tell you, that was a former mayor that I heard that from many times. So we want to work with staff and the council and the committee to develop a plan. We understand, I think you need to bear in mind, we could have come forward with a recommendation to hire a consultant to do this. Well, you would have been looking at $50,000 to $100,000. So I think with the expertise that we can bring, as well as the staff, we're willing to take this on. It may take a little longer than if you had hired a consultant, but we would appreciate your supporting our recommendation so that we can move forward and start engaging your good staff and to help us with this major project. So if you have any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Rawson, please.
I don't so much have a question, but it's more of a statement. I think there's a lot of good work done here, and I support everything here. I just want to maybe get a little clarification. If not, I'm going to make a friendly amendment. The end of this motion says, and find that council support the inclusion of a statement in the town of Penticton official plan that acknowledge and reflect the importance of active transportation, which I think is great, and I think we all support that. But we've hired a consultant to help us with the official plan. We're in community engagement for that. We have a committee that's doing that. And I think we're putting the cart before the horse again by saying we must have this. I think part of that engagement process is going to do that for us. And I think this is going to come out of that. But I think us saying tonight that must happen, I think let's the engagement piece happen. So all I'm saying tonight is I support it. I think it's great. Thank you. But I want to see that final piece and that council support the inclusion. I'm going to ask that we remove that, and that'll be a friendly amendment. I'm confident it's going to come back through the work that Andrea and the committee is doing for the official plan. But I think that needs to come through that process, what that engagement process happening. If I look back to that council official plan night we did, we were all in different areas. So I just think let's let that happen the way it's supposed to.
Councillor Rawson, as you were chatting there, maybe our solution to this one and finding that council support the consideration of including a statement in our official plan. I think that kind of maybe meets everybody's intent. How about instead of council to Andrew's working group, the official plan committee working group? Sure, I'm fine with that. Okay, fairly friendly. Good. Any other comments, questions for either Councillor Lauder or Brian? See none, I'll call for the vote then. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay. Good. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Brian.
Your Worship,
Thank you very much,
members of council.
All righty.
If I could just get a clarification on...
Actually, when you get a yes, you really should just stop.
No, just so that I'm sure Stacy has a clarification of the actual wording that you want there.
Goes to the...
Just that last sentence, and finally, that the official plan committee working group support the consideration of a statement and
Yep, you got it. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
That was clear. Thank you very much. Items of reference, we have none. Moving on to number 6, Section A, Finance and Corporate Services. And I'll turn the chair over to the Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our section consent agenda is the first item up. Recommended action that the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. One is correspondence from the municipality of Chatham-Kent in reference to climate change. Second is correspondence from the Township of Gills, Lyme disease. Third is correspondence from the OPP a new MPB initiative, which is a reporting initiative that was discussed at the Police Service Board just the beginning of the week. So I look, are anyone wanting to pull one of these items? I would like to pull the second one in reference to the Lyme disease. I would hope that council would consider supporting that initiative. So do I have a seconder to have it pulled?
Yeah, you don't need a seconder to pull, just mover and seconder to advance or approve the other two.
Okay, right. So do I have a mover to support the other two items? Councillor Rawson, seconded by Councillor Louder. All those in favor? Carried. So the other item is the consideration at a regular meeting of the Township of Gills held May 24th. It's a resolution supporting more laboratory testing and diagnosis for Lyme disease, which is becoming a real issue in Ontario. So I would like to move this forward. I'd ask for someone to second this motion.
Happy
Thank
to.
you, Your Worship. All those in favor? Yes, Councillor Louder? You're in favor? I think, are those some opposition? No? Okay. Move on to our regular matters for consideration. We have our 2015 year-end financials, that the 2015 draft audited financial statements be approved as presented. We have our auditors here with us, and they are prepared to make a submission. So I would ask you could go to the podium and give us a rundown. And thank you for being patient. Our meeting has gone on a little longer than expected.
That's okay. Thanks, everyone. My name is Giselle Bodkin, and I'm the partner in charge. And I work for the accounting firm BDO Dunwoody, which is a international accounting firm. And I work out of the Barrie office. And I'm here with my manager, Andrea Noss, who helped supervise the audit. Before I get started, I just want to thank Carrie and her team. There's actually a letter that Carrie said I did not have to talk about, but I'm going to talk about it anyways, Carrie, because usually this letter has, missed audit adjustments, and there were no missed audit adjustments. The books were in very good shape this year, and I want to thank Carrie for that. I'm just going to highlight a couple of the graphs on this year-end report. So it's up on the screen, and I'll be very quick here. But just to let you know, this first graph is all your revenues and all your expenses and your surplus. So usually when you look at that graph, you say, oh, we've got lots of surpluses, which you do, but you take those surpluses and you buy tangible capital assets with it. So if I look at the next page, Andrea, you'll see that I took your annual surplus, which is blue, and I added back depreciation, because that's a non-cash item. And you'll see in the last, let's just take the last 3 years, your surpluses have been like 6,800, 3,300, 5,600, but your TCA additions have been, 8 million, 6 million, 6 million. So you are spending more money than your surplus plus depreciation. And I talked about this last year. So then, if you look at the next page, which is your financial assets, if you can imagine that's working capital, that's your cash and receivables minus your payables, you'll see if you go back in 2008, you had about 3 million, in the bank if you cashed everything in, and now you're in a bit of a deficit because you're spending more than your surplus plus depreciation. Now, having said that, if you just want to show the next page, you'll see that your accumulated surplus, which is all really just money in your tangible capital assets, which is the town assets, you'll see that the town assets in 2008 were 44 million, and they're now 83 million, okay? So you've put 40 million into the town, as far as TCAs, And realistically, you've only taken about 9 million out of your working capital, because you've got a lot of grant funding from other sources. So hopefully, you know, once you're done building, you'll build back those surpluses so that your financial assets, which is page 5, if you want to flip back to that, I mean, in a perfect world, it'd be nice to have that even. Okay? Then what I did do is just gave you some pie charts. That's okay. Page 7. So just a pie chart of where did you get your money 5 years ago and where are you getting money today, and you can see that from municipal taxes, and they're almost exactly the same of how you're running the town now is how you ran the town 5 years ago. I'm just going to flip to the other pie charts, which is page 9. Let's look at expenses. You know, what were your salaries and wages as a percentage of your budget versus 5 years ago, and your depreciation. And you can see, again, the pie charts are very similar. You wanted some industry standards. So we've been working on this at our firm because we do a lot of municipalities. And I will say that, like, you're the second person that's finished this year. So you're too early for me to give you some information. But I will get this done, and I'll pass it to Carrie, and she can send it to you once I get all the numbers. Okay? So the first couple numbers are, you know, your revenue compared to other municipalities, your expenses. And I'm going to flip to the net financial assets and debt for a second. So again, you can see that compared to the other municipalities, you're more negative in 2014 anyways on your debt. Some people have around 11 million. But again, they might have a 5-year budget where they're going to spend 20 million and go into a deficit. So it's hard to compare. But that's the only place that you seem out of skew. And I think it's because you have spent a lot of money on capital assets because the town was older. And I just want to highlight also maybe the pie chart, Andrea. So this was, I was just looking at the industry average of revenue. So you can see where you're getting revenue and where the average revenue is coming from. And one thing just to show that you're getting a lot more revenue in grants, which is municipal grants compared to the other municipalities, and that was to fund your capital, your tangible capital assets. And if you flip to expenses, again, you can see that, you know, your amortization is a lot less than other towns because you didn't have all the tangible capital assets that a lot of the other towns had. They're up to 100 million and you're up to like 70 million. And you just kind of spent that money this year compared to, or the last 5 years compared to 5 years ago. So there's nothing that shows that your town is not the same as everybody else in the province, or the ones we look at. So just wanted to share that with you, because I know that you only look at one set of financial statements. I don't think you go, unless a lot of you go on and look at everybody else's, but it's good information to know. And I'm just going to highlight, Andrea, if you want to take over just a couple items on your financial statements, which tie into this report. I don't think it's on there, Andrea. So.
Yeah.
You might have this report in your...
Yeah, the one that says draft, subject to change across it.
Yeah. So the reason why it says draft, it's our final draft, and you approve them, and then we finalize them tomorrow.
No, they ratify it
Ratify.
for council to approve
Yes.
in 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. Fine.
Right. Okay, so the independent auditor's report is on page 2, and that's what our responsibility is to prepare this report based on our audit work on these financial statements. And you'll notice that it's the same report as last year. It's still a clean report. There were no issues, no indications of errors or material misstatements or anything like that. So it's a clean report. And I mean, in terms of your numbers, really, Giselle had already hit the highlights in our pretty colored report. And did anybody have any specific questions on the statements, or does that happen after we finish, or I'm not sure, but.
Thank you. Council, yes, Councillor Rossum.
I'll make it brief. Last year, we had this presentation, I think September, October, and we talked to Carrie with that. I just thank you so much for making this now. I appreciate that. And good work to Carrie on the excellent comments and great overall audit. So good work all around. Thanks for a June 8th presentation. I love it.
Great. And we would echo those comments. Did you want them to finish? And then if there are questions from members of council, you can ask at the end. I think if you would like to finish, yes.
So we have our statement of financial position, which is just your balance sheet, and the big highlight is, of course, tangible capital assets, as Giselle had mentioned. In the next page, page 4, the statement of operations and accumulated surplus, you can really, your annual surplus ended up being very, very close to budget, so you're right in line where you would plan to be. And then one thing that we should note, though, is you'll see that there's a prior period adjustment in 2014. And what that relates to is there are some changes in accounting standards in regards to sites that have possible contaminants. So we had to look a little deeper into that this year. And there's a specific note on that. If you want to turn to page 17. With the solid waste landfill post-closure, that is a specific site that you don't know exactly what's going to happen with it at this point. So this liability that's set up it's not to clean it up, it's not to do anything with it other than to study and monitor it to determine what to do with it in the future. And I believe that site is referred to as Ojibwe Landing, the official name. So that's really the only thing that I wanted to highlight there.
Thank you. Are there questions from members of council? Are you all set, or did you still have, no?
Good.
Very good. Well, thank you very much, ladies. That was condensed, and we appreciate that. The hour is marching along, so appreciate very much, and certainly congratulations to Carrie. Job well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I do believe I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by His Worship, seconded by Councillor Rawson. All those in favor? Carried. Move on to number 2, 2016 final tax bill insert. There's a recommendation that we do insert approved, and the insert is in reference to, well, I guess it's just the explanation of the tax bill itself. So are there any questions? Oh, yes, Stacy?
Just to clarify, it is listing the events, and I just want to make sure that council's aware that we are discussing one of the events that's listed there tonight, later on the agenda. So if council's more comfortable, we can deal with this tax insert, or if that doesn't happen, the tax insert can be amended accordingly. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Other insert.
Okay, so what are we doing here? Are we going to discuss the tax insert at the same time? Is that what you're suggesting? The other one's on the water bill. Okay, that's what I thought. All those in favor of what's before us at this moment? Moved by Councillor Ross and seconded by Councillor Saunders. All those in favor? Carried. My goodness. Move on to number 3, correspondence from the North Simcoe Agricultural Expo Agricole. Support for bilingual website. Recommended action is that council approves the support of the North Simcoe Agricultural Expo Agricole bilingual website in 2016 in the amount of $1,500 and in 2017 in the amount of $1,500. This is a follow-up to a deputation that was made 2 weeks ago. So a mover to have this brought on the floor, Your Worship, seconded by Councillor LaRue. Discussion. Yes, Councillor Rawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple questions. I'm just wondering where this money is going to come from. In the last few weeks, we've talked about Aquapalooza. Tonight, we're talking about a water slide. A couple weeks ago, we talked about Champlain having a couple weeks and taking out some more money from our event stuff. So I think that budget line is getting near depleted. So I support this in 17 budget discussions, but I would like to know where we're thinking 16 is going to come from before I'll support it.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Rawson. I do believe our treasurer is prepared to answer that question. We had a discussion earlier today, so. Carrie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would recommend, if council is supportive of this request, I would recommend that the 2016 contribution come from the council contingency fund. The 2017 contribution could actually be considered in the 2017 budget process through maybe another advertising budget or from the same source.
Thank you. Your worship?
Just through Chair to Carrie, so have we dipped into that contingency fund this year?
No,
So it's Councillor Saunders, what I call is good idea fund. So we have not dipped our toes in that water. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Rawson?
Can we just get a confirmation? What was that budget amount again? Was it 10,000?
$10,000.
Thank you. Further comments? Questions? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to July water bill insert. Recommended action that the 2016 summer special events and road closure notice insert for 2016 July water bill be approved. Moved by Councillor Rawson, seconded by Councillor Saunders. Discussion. Questions? Yes, Councillor LaRose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really have a problem with what's going on it. I have a huge problem, as you're I'm sure well aware, of how it's going. We take a big portion of our town again and say, let's not tell them nothing, let's keep them in the dark, let's make sure they can't find out the regular information. So I think it's been long enough that we've been going on about this. We need to put it on your end of your items to add on that we need to develop a new policy. Staff doesn't seem to want to follow it, so we'll have to upgrade it.
A new policy in reference to what, Councillor Rawson?
Well,
LaRose,
don't get him into
Councillor
trouble.
LaRose.
Well, again, anybody that does not receive a water bill does not get informed.
Oh,
So
yes.
either bring the water out to my house and give me a water service so I can get the notice, or treat me like you would anybody else within the town that would get this notice. So I wonder why we're going back to trying to discriminate against specific people, not to give them this information. We've been through this, I don't know, 8, 10, 12 times? I don't understand what the problem with the communication policy is, so obviously we need to bring it up and redo it.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor LaRose, your worship.
Just through you to Councillor LaRose, you mentioned that staff weren't following policy. Where were they breaking policy? I think they do follow policy. I understand your point on you're not getting that, and I think that's correct.
When we talked about this the last 3 or 4 different times these went out, staff said they had changed their policy to make sure that when we were going to do this, we weren't going to stuff everything in the water bills and make sure that nobody else got them.
So did staff break policy here, Stacey, or is our policy on the side?
Just to confirm, I sort of see them as two separate policies. We have a communications policy which addresses how we communicate with the town. As far as I know, that hasn't been amended since I think I wrote it. I can't remember. But I know that this specific request is to do with the tax insert and water bill. Like we kind of have two separate policies that we're talking about here. This specific communication is going under the tax bill, water bill insert policy, where it says that it has to be, any inserts have to be approved by Finance and Corporate Services, which is why it's listed here. Whereas the communication policy just sort of lists in general how we communicate. There's nothing that specifically says the water bill or how or who. So I think that if it's something that needs to be addressed, it could be specifically the water bill insert portion of that policy.
So in fairness to staff, they have not broken policy. They've actually, in fact, followed policy. So that statement that they didn't follow policy was inaccurate. Thank you.
No, and Councillor Ross or Councillor LaRose has certainly brought this forward on numerous times about the fact that there are residents who reside in our municipality who do not get a water bill, and that's what he's referring to. So we need to have the discussion at one point, I guess, on how we get the information to that sector. Councillor Louder, and then Carrie, and I believe Councillor Rawson wants to speak as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very happy with the fact that this notice is getting out to as many people as possible. The only comment I have regarding the actual diagram, I'm just wondering, the Lincoln Court, the apartments at the far northwest portion of town, I'm having a little problem seeing how they're going to have access to their apartment building with both the Brock Street and the north end of Main Street fully closed off. Will there be assistance with respect to the security and whatnot, leading cars into that their parking area during
Councillor Louder, I think that discussion will come a little bit later under the recreation. This here is just about the insert itself.
And that gets back to Stacy's comment earlier. Thank you.
Councillor Rawson, your comments, and then we'll ask staff to...
Well, I echo Councillor Rose. I'm just saying we're going along here beating our drums tonight. Why can't we just have them mail it to the people that are on water and then move on?
Thank you for that comment. Carrie.
Madam Chair, the only problem with that is we have been told that at least a dozen times, and it's never, ever, ever followed through.
Well, Councillor LaRose, perhaps this time it will be. Maybe I should hand deliver out there and make sure that you get a copy of it. I know that. Carrie? I'll ask Carrie, staff to report. She's had her hand up for a bit, so maybe she can add to this conversation.
I do agree with Councillor LaRose's comments. I do recall those comments the last time we did discuss a water bill insert. It is still a part of the tax and water bill insert policy, so I would recommend that we make those changes to that policy. We have not, since those discussions, had a water bill insert. I do remember that when the last time we wanted to and this discussion came up, the clerk and I actually looked into a postal walk instead, and we sent them out because the tax bill insert was committed or the tax bill mail out was committed because of the tax bill insert. We did a postal walk which hit all the homes in Penetanguishene for the other insert that we wanted to get out. So I would recommend that we utilize the water bill mail out that is going out for this flyer. However, we hit the neighborhoods without water through the postal walk so that all residents get it. If we can't target through the postal walk to the areas that we want to, then I would suggest that we look at the entire mail out going through a postal walk.
Thank you for those comments. Councillor LaRue.
Your Worship, Madam Deputy Mayor, my comment to this thing would be if it's a case where a number of people don't get water bills, so that why would we not look at just doing inserts in the tax bill? Everybody gets a tax bill.
That's true enough, but I think Harry did mention that the tax bill is because of the nature of the tax. It's already full. The envelope has no more room. Correct?
Correct. We have room for 2 legal documents, that being our tax bill and our tax bill insert.
Thank you. I think absolutely Councillor LaRose has brought this forward on several occasions, and we need to look at how we can remedy this. But I would agree with the postal, what did you call that, a postal?
It's called a postal walk, where you provide the post office with your folded
brochures or literature,
Yes.
and they make sure that each home gets one.
Very good, thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried, thank you. Our next item is lieu time remuneration format. It's recommended action that the retroactivity to January 1st, 2016 senior manager lieu time remuneration be based on a set factor which provides each of the senior management team with 2 weeks, 70 hours of lieu time in recognition of overtime worked rather than meeting attendance, and that in the event due to workload, a senior manager is unable to take all or a portion of the lieu time off, on approval of the CAO, the respective senior manager would be paid out at year end for unused time off. And further, that the CAO be directed to amend the current policy to reflect same based on the parameters provided for in this report. Moved by His Worship, seconded by. So there's no seconder for this report, so I guess.
I'll second for discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Louder. Discussion. Yes, Councillor Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Through you to our new CAO. Does this make any kind of sense?
Through you, Madam Chair, through to the councillor, it does, I have had some brief discussions with Ted about this report. I've seen a variety of iterations of a lieu time policy. Certainly, this is not out of line, I guess is my overarching comments in terms of what I've seen. You know, to some, you know, a variety of different policies I've seen would speak to generally the 2-week range. I understand that the prior policy was rather convoluted and created some inconsistencies. So I guess the long-winded or the short answer is it does make sense to me based on prior experience and certainly you know, a variety of other policies I've seen in the municipal world.
Thank you. Councillor Saunders.
Follow-up, Madam Chair. The clause that states that in the event due to workload, a senior manager is unable to take all or portion of the lieu time off, et cetera, they'd be paid out. Who makes the decision that they were unable to take all or a portion of the time off? I mean, who makes the decision that they're so busy that they can't take the time off and they're going to get paid off instead? Do they make that decision? Do you make that decision?
Through you, Madam Chair, that would be, from my perspective, that would be the CAO's role. It would not be at the discretion of the employee. It would be in the CAO's role. And certainly, from my perspective, the CAO would, you know, work with the senior manager. Certainly not terribly ideal to have everyone have, you know, all senior managers have a rather large balance at the end of the year. But I mean, I'll be quite frank, there could be instances where that is the case. So I would suggest that it would be at the discretion of the CAO.
Thank you very much. I'm very comfortable with that.
Thank you. Further comments? Yes, Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has, I think, come to us 3 times now, and each iteration has a little bit of a difference that didn't come up in the last meeting. And the one thing I really don't like in this one is the retroactive piece to January 1 of 2016. That's never been communicated or come forward, so I have a huge issue with that. Number 2, I think we're doing some piecemeal work looking at little caveats of HR policies. I think as opposed, our CEOs, he mentioned, is on his 8th day. We're going to keep getting piecemeal looks of our HR policies. I think let's just defer this item and let's just look at the whole package. And let's look at our whole entire HR policy instead of just doing one little tweak of this one policy, and let's look at the entire HR policies and procedures. I think that's more appropriate than doing another look at this. That's another iteration of what we deferred back, that wasn't what we was. And again, I got a huge problem with the retroactive piece.
Yes, Your Worship?
I find myself on the other side of that. I'm fine with the retroactive. It's 2016 and staff have work, so we owe them that. This has come back. This seems to be fair and reasonable. Our staff seem to have thought their way through it. I'm very comfortable with this, and I think in fairness to our staff, we don't need to be dragging this issue up. In fairness to the compensation, they need to know when they're here tonight how that works, how that unfolds, and what's that mean to them. So we're halfway through work here, and to sit here tonight and remain uncertain. So I like the clarity of this. I like the clarity that at the end of the day, our CAO can make the call on the loo time and the ability of staff to take that or not take that. So I'm going to vote in support of this motion.
Thank you. Further comments? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. I did read it once. I don't think I need to go through it again. So all those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. It's carried. Moving on, creation of a sign bylaw ad hoc committee. Whereas the sign bylaw ad hoc committee will allow councillors to participate more directly in the revision of the sign bylaw review. Be it resolved that an ad hoc sign bylaw committee be created with the following items of reference. General, the purpose of this committee is to assist the town clerk and municipal law enforcement officer with the sign bylaw revisions. In particular, this committee will review the sign bylaw requirements and provisions for exemptions, functions, review of sign bylaw, identify areas in which the sign bylaw could be amended, membership, town clerk, municipal law enforcement officer, members of council 3, member of the public 1, member of public downtown merchant committee 1. So council, that is what is before us. Moved by His Worship, seconded by Councillor Leroux. Discussion. I know the sign bylaw has been brought up on several occasions as of late. I think this is an opportunity to move this forward. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, certainly I think the message was received loud and clear at the last meeting that there was concerns regarding both the sign bylaw and the taxi bylaw. In order to assist staff in terms of moving forward, I think these are very large tasks that we don't want to end up going through a motion and it still not be the will of council. We're hoping by including members of council as well as members of the public that everyone will be represented and we'd come to the table of 9 with a really well thought out document for both this and the next item that you will see for taxi.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Other comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next one is in reference to the taxi licensing bylaw, another ad hoc committee, whereas the taxi bylaw ad hoc committee will allow councillors to participate more directly in the revision of the sign bylaw review. Be it resolved that an ad hoc taxi bylaw committee be created with the following terms of reference. General, the purpose of this committee is to assist the town clerk and municipal law enforcement officer with the taxi bylaw revisions. In particular, this committee will review the taxi bylaw requirements, function review of the taxi bylaw, identify areas in which the taxi bylaw could be amended. Again, the membership would be the town clerk, municipal law enforcement officer, 3 members of council, 1 member from the public, and 1 member public taxi driver owner. Discussion. I need a mover and a seconder for this. Councillor Leroux and His Worship. Discussion. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Once again, the same type of item, but I would ask that we are looking for 3 members of council, whether or not it sounds like that's agreeable to the group. But going forward, we would need to know if there are members of council that would like to be on that they would be added by resolution at the next council meeting. So I think whether that be discussed tonight or individual members of council approach me in terms of being on that resolution or a discussion with the mayor, just as long as I can know so we can get it started as soon as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Leroux.
question would be, are they the same 3 counselors for both, or 3 counselors for each?
I would say 3 counselors for each, and probably they should be different, but they may not be. I think it's up to people sitting around the table here to make it known to our clerk that they're interested in sitting on one committee or both. So could I ask members of council to get to our clerk in the next day or two so that this could be moved forward? I'm not seeing a lot of heads nodding here. Okay. Yes, so with that, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Carried. Opposed? Then it is carried. Referrals to upcoming agenda. That the Finance and Corporate Services section endorse the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. Resident reporting system, community engagement initiatives, insurance RFP review, fee review, land sale policy review, minutes distribution timetable, Thompson Road extension, asset management and debt management strategies, taxi license review, signed bylaw review, budget for special events, 2017 budget process, October 2016. All those items, is there any that, yes, Councillor Ross?
I like how you look at me like that and give me that death stare.
I'm just looking down this way.
Last council, we had a deputation with something about communications, and I think we spoke to the clerk about half a year ago about getting a council communication newsletter, and we talked about doing a drop in the mail. So I'm wondering if we can readdress that and add that back there about having a council newsletter that goes out. And we talked about I think that would solve some things that Councillor Rose brought up again tonight about doing that. So I'd just like to add a council newsletter.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor LaRose.
I had one to add, Bunny.
Okay, no.
Oh.
I'm-
I was just wondering if we could add 2. One would be the communications, especially through the water bill. We need to look at that policy and make sure. Obviously, when you go by and you just hope it happens and it doesn't year after year. So we're going to look at it. And the other one I wonder if we could look at would be the extended use of sidewalk bylaw, 2014-35, if we could bring that up and have a go at that sometime in the near future.
Very good. Madam Clerk, did you get those 3 items?
Yes, I've added the tax and water bill insert policy review, council newsletter, and bylaw 2014-35 review extended use bylaw.
Thank you. Mover for that, Councillor Rawson, seconded by Councillor LaRose. All those in favor? Question period from the media and public. Thank you. Your Worship, I will move it over.
Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item 7B, and it's Transportation and Environmental Services, and I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Rawson, please.
Thank you, Worship. 7A is our consent agenda. There's nothing on our agenda this evening. B is matters for consideration. Number 1 is a Main Street reconstruction, Edward Street entrance to Village Square Mall. It's recommended that council receive the report for information discussion, that staff be directed to inform the Village Square Mall that the construction of the entrance into the Village Square Mall will be approved with no alteration to the existing full access entrance onto the Main Street, under the condition that all costs associated with its construction are to be borne by the Village Square Mall, and that if no agreement can be arranged between the 2 parties, the existing entrance configuration will be restored during the Main Street reconstruction project. A mover. Moved by Councillor Rose, seconder, Councillor Mayotte. And I'm going to ask Brian to give us a little update on this item. It's been a moving item. If you don't mind, Brian, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item came to council at the last council meeting. The direction at that last council meeting was for town staff and the chairs of T&E to continue to meet with and discuss the Edward Street entrance as it pertains to the Main Street reconstruction project. After that meeting, I made attempts to coordinate a meeting with the owners of the Village Square Mall, and ourselves to further discuss this issue. The manager of the mall issued an email back to me saying that they do not have any interest in meeting any further with town staff unless an appropriate traffic engineering study for the entrances from their property is completed. And at the conclusion of that study, they would meet with town staff. So the recommendation before you is a direction for what to do with this entrance as it pertains to the Main Street reconstruction project. My recommendation as it stands in my previous report to council was they were willing to entertain a three-way entrance at their main entrance there across from the Scotiabank only. And I recommended that this option would provide no benefit to traffic flow on Main Street because essentially it's only restricting traffic on the Village Square Mall side of the property, and it would still provide for left-turning traffic into the entrance. So I didn't see any benefit to performing any study associated with that entrance. It seems with this email that they're willing to investigate all of their entrances. The only problem with that I see is that the town would conduct this study at our cost, and even at the completion of that study, they could still deny or refute the findings, and we would be back at the same place.
Thanks, Brian. Discussion. Mayor Marshall.
A couple of points, Brian, there, clarification for me. So I don't understand. So we're still talking about the Edward Street Mall or entrance. And I don't understand three-way there because you'd have Edward Street, Main Street to and fro, and then the entrance into the mall. So I count four. So I'm missing something there.
I guess to clarify what I'm saying is they would be willing to accept a modified full access intersection that would allow three methods of entering the site. You would be able to make a left turn onto the Village Square Mall property if you were heading northbound on Main Street. You would also be able to make a right turn into the property as well from Main Street if you were heading south. The only access or the mode of travel that would be restricted in this case would be there would be no left turn from the Village Square Mall side of the property. That would be converted to a right turn only.
Sorry, now are you talking at the intersection, Edward, or are you talking the
I'm
mid-block?
talking about the access across from the Scotiabank.
So you're talking about mid-block. So
That's
the
right.
intersection would be a four-way intersection.
Correct.
Or southeast-west, got it. Okay, so then the other one, so the challenge there is, I mean, so where our citizens get frustrated in the flow of Main Street traffic is that left-hand turn going north into the mall. For a variety of reasons. Number one, it's a left-hand turn. It slows down traffic. Number two is it's 3 feet higher than the road, so traffic that's turning crawls up that hill, and that causes delays to and fro. So is it within our legal purview to make that and impose a right turn in, right turn out of the mall, and not allow a left turn off that Main Street? I believe that that's in our power, and you have suggested such.
Yes, my last report to council indicated as such. There are potential legal implications that could crop up from that. There's an outstanding case that's yet to be resolved from a similar matter where a municipality changed the location of a highway, for example, and it impacted the access from a business that was on that highway. And there's a proceeding legal case between the municipality and that business as a result of that. Even though the municipality has every right to do as it chooses within its right-of-way, there is the possibility that legal ramifications could result as a result of that.
Yeah, I'd argue that this situation is nowhere near a highway bypassing, past a restaurant on Highway 11 type of thing. That's not at all the same thing. So I'm going to vote in opposition to this. I think that the intersection provides adequate access, ingress and egress to the facility, and I'd argue that the right turn in, right turn out allows that southbound traffic to the luxury of going in there, and I think everybody benefits in that one. I think that it's pure speculation and to consider how that would impact somebody, and you can do all the studies you want. The reality is you need to build it so you live it. Otherwise, we're just all speculating. To your point, this will just become a dust-up between, well, I think this or I think that. My expert's smarter than your expert. Reality is, I think we're building our main street, and they're building our main street to the benefit of all our citizens. So, and this is going to be there for the next 20, 30, 40 years, and we've got to think long, and we've got to think smartly. And as Councillor Rose often suggests, the boat traffic coming in and out in the summer, so we want traffic flow. So this council's made a decision to keep 4 lanes, not reduce to 3 lanes, because we want traffic flow in and out of the community. So all of a sudden now we're going to allow a left-hand turn that we all know and recognize historically, and today, coming out of that mall, it takes a while, sometimes, especially if you're trying to turn left to get back to Town Hall. So I'm going to vote in opposition to this. Thank you, Councillor Rossin.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I just need clarification, Brian. The Edward Street intersection it will proceed, correct? Like it will, we're going to have a light 4-way light standards and intersection. Is that correct?
Yes. The matter of the intersection is agreed to on both sides from our discussion. It's just the matter in which that happens in terms of restricting access from the full access across from the Scotiabank. The recommendation in front of council tonight is the construction of the Edward Street intersection as discussed, but that the full access intersection, as the Village Square Mall indicates, that would be remaining, but that the construction of that intersection would be at the cost of the Village Square Mall.
Any further discussion, Councillor Lauder?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm quite confused, and I really like the word Edward Street entrance to be taken off the title of this, because none of the discussion in this motion, as I read it several times, pertains to the Edward Street entrance. Maybe I'm confused, and I probably am. The other issue is the fact that we have not made a finalized judgment and accepted vote on the Main Street construction south of Robert Street. And as such, Madam Deputy Mayor, you continually to say that we are putting in Edward Street, and that has not, as far as I'm concerned, it has not come up for a final vote and a final approval. Those final curb designs have not been finalized. And once again, I'd certainly like to see the costs of the actual intersection, along with the costs of the actual entrance into the Village Square Mall, and nothing of that has ever been brought forth to us. So basically, right now, the only discussion to me is regarding the main intersection, or sorry, the main entranceway across from Scotiabank, and as such, I'd like to see the Edward Street entrance to Village Square Mall removed from this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Lauder. So the motion was moved by Councillor Rose, second by Councillor Mayotte. And I would agree with your interpretation there. If the mover and second are willing to change Edward Street entrance to mid-block. Dan and Mike? So the title will change Main Street Reconstruction. Instead of Edward Street entrance will be the mid-block, which is across from the Scotiabank. Brian, question. I agree with Mayor Marshall's comments about the access to mid-block. My question is, I know we've talked about this a couple times. I just want some clarification. You gave us a legal report last time. I know Councillor Rose brought up an item a while ago about the site plan, and that we're locked into the site plan with the property owners there, and that's why we got down this. The mayor brought up a suggestion last time that himself, myself, and Councillor Rose met with them to chat about this, and it came back as a no. Do we have any definitive direction on the site plan aspect that Councillor Rose brought up about that?
Through to you, Mr. Chair, we have looked at the site plan agreement. The actual full access intersection or full access entrance across from the Scotiabank was constructed as part of the last site plan that the Village Square Mall entered into with the town. The alterations that we're discussing right now would have no impact on that agreement. Anything we do on our side of the right-of-way, we're permitted to do.
So thank you. So we can do right in, right out. Very good. So any further discussion on this item for any members of council?
Just clarification, so we are talking about the mid-block.
Correct. We're talking about the mid-block. So the only thing that's changed in this motion is the title, Main Street Reconstruction. Instead of it saying Edward Street entrance, it says mid-block entrance.
Okay.
And the motion stands.
Yes, and if I may, the last part of this.
Is that if no agreement can be arranged between the two parties, the existing entrance configuration will be restored during the Main Street reconstruction project. I'm not in favor of that. I'm in favor of the right in and out, so I will not be supporting this then. Thank you.
Well,
I
let's
answered my
let's
own
call
question.
for the any further discussion on this motion as presented. So mover and seconder accepted that friendly amendment. We'll call for the vote as presented. All those in favor of the amendment? All those in favor? And opposed? And that is defeated. Now we go back to the as amended.
Sorry, just to clarify, you're amending the title
The title.
of the
Motion.
report. There is no amendment to the motion.
It was
If
friendly.
that's all that it
was,
is.
It was friendly. So that motion's been defeated. All right, moving on. You try to do that to me all the time. You do that to me all the time. Number 2 is the Main Street reconstruction tender updates. Recommend the council receive the report for information and discussion. A mover, please. Moved by Councilor Rose, second. Mayor Marshall. Brian, I'll just give you 90 seconds. Give us a quick update on this if you can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of the report is to provide council with an update on the timeline for the release of the tender. It's a referral item in my section, and as indicated in the report, it's the intent through consultation with our engineering consultant that we would like to release the tender in the fall of this year for release in November, potentially, and to have that close sometime in December when the new capital plan is being approved.
Thanks, Brian. Discussion for any members of council on this? Councilor Lauder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only comment is I'm reading through the analysis and whatnot, and I'm just wondering if council will see these improved diagrams and whatnot. Will we be able to be further involved with the procedure? That's my first. And the second one is the end of the analysis. The statement is that with remaining restoration and surface course asphalt to be placed in 2018. And that to me is almost insinuating that the tender that you're putting out is saying to people, do the basic road with the understanding that you're going to finish it in 2017, or sorry, in 2018. And I personally would rather see the tender go out that you do the entire job in 2017, because that's been council's desire.
Thanks, Councilor Lauder. Brian?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councilor Lauder. Yes, it's as part of the original scope of the engineering works. Before we go to tender, it's typical town process that we would go to another consultation with the public on the design of the project. That's similar to any project we've undertaken. So yes, we will be going out to do that. The second point, in terms of the surface works and the surface course asphalt, it's typical in reconstruction projects like this where the surface course asphalt, which requires a hotter temperature to be laid, placed the following year of construction. There would still be base course asphalt on the project for vehicles to travel on. It would be just the final top course of the asphalt that would be placed the following year, along with any other deficiencies associated with the project, because there's a one-year warranty period on the project. So the project would be substantially completed in 2017, as originally approved by council, but any deficiencies associated with the project would be addressed in the spring of 2018. For example, plantings, stuff that can't be done in the fall or winter months.
Thanks, Brian. Councillor Saunders?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. When we discussed this original project, we were assured that the whole project will be done in the calendar year 2017. And now I'm hearing terms substantial completion. Well, we never talked in terms of substantial completion. We talked in terms of getting the job done totally. So I'm most distressed to hear that that seems to have changed. My second question concerns the nature of the proposal, of the tender. I think none of us around this table have been happy with the project down the road with the waste treatment and the truncation of that timeline. And I've had it suggested to me that part of the problem was that the penalties that were included in the tender were simply inadequate. And the construction people simply take those penalties as the cost of doing business. Now, we can't afford to have that kind of scenario unfold on our Main Street. We've got too many business people on Main Street who are dependent for a livelihood on customers having access into their business. And so I'm looking for some kind of assurance, and more importantly, I guess, before the tender goes out publicly, I think it would be prudent for council to have a look at the terms of the tender so that we can judge for ourselves whether $1,000 a day is an adequate penalty if the job doesn't get done in a timely fashion. I don't think any of us sitting around this table can sit idly by and let a similar scenario to the waste treatment plant unfold on Main Street. Waste treatment plant wasn't interfering with people's ability to earn a living. Main Street's non-completion will certainly do that. And I don't think anybody around this table wants to see that. So I think we need to have written protections, significant penalties, so that we ensure that, if at all humanly possible, this project gets done within the calendar year 2017. We were told it would. We can't afford to have it delayed.
Thanks, Councillor Saunders. Brian, you have any follow-up on those items? Substantial completion, the penalties and the like?
Yes, I'll comment on that. I do recall the approval of the project, or the direction of the project being done in 1 year. I also provided my opinion on that. The fact that I did not recommend that option, seeing that there would be issues associated with that being completed. Regardless, council decided to approve it in 1 year. The completion of the substantial completion of the project in 2017, with the surface course asphalt being placed in 2018, that's a fairly standard procedure for reconstruction projects like this. It allows for the asphalt to settle if necessary over that year, so that any defects in the asphalt can be rectified within the warranty period. The scope and the length of this project is such that certain items that come up as warranty items, for example, if a tree dies on the project once it's planted in the boulevard, the town has recourse over the next 12 months to have that tree replanted. Those types of items are standard in these types of projects, which do crop up every now and again. Those items do happen. So there's a 12-month period after substantial completion that these works are going to be completed. Substantial completion means that the road is being used for its intended purpose, and that's the intention of completing it in 1 calendar year. But there are going to be items, given the size of the project, that are going to crop up, that are going to need to be fixed, that cannot be fixed during the winter season, that need to have good temperatures to do these items. So when I say that it's going to be substantially completed, it's going to be completed, being used by the public, open to the public for use, but there is a warranty period for the resolution of these items.
Thanks, Brian. Any further discussion? Brian, I just have one. I know when we brought this up when we first started talking, we're all assuming asphalt's the best thing. We always talk about looking out of the box. Last year at the MO conference, I brought back some literature and we talked about it at a T&E session about concrete. And I haven't heard more about that. I would like us to look at concrete. I think the 407 is a great highway. The PEI Confederation Bridge is out of that. Northern Quebec's using it. Northern Brunswick's using it. The conference at MO talked about, you know, it's the same cost to install and you get much more savings over the long term. So I'm hopeful we've looked at that and we're considering that during this construction phase, because I think it's going to give us dividends down the road. So I'm wondering where we are with that, or if we already settled asphalt's the solution.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have contacted a representative from the Ready Mix Concrete Association who does specialize in the road construction using concrete. We have sent them our geotechnical information that was used as the basis for the road design. I have not yet heard back from them. It was my understanding that they were offering to do a concrete design for us free of charge. But I will have to follow up with them on that. But your assertion that it's the same cost, that's not my findings. It's actually more expensive from my research. It does have a longer service life. So you would have to factor into the service life of the asphalt or the road that you're going to be constructing with the cost and compare the two. And that's what I would use as my final decision.
Further discussion, Mayor Marshall.
So yeah, just that point though, so costs are relative, right? So I mean, long-term savings might weigh off the upfront cost, and we're blessed with the fact that 2/3 of our project is being funded by the federal government and the province. So I argue that we have some leeway as council to look at some of those opportunities, as we often say we've got to think long before we think short. This is one of those opportunities. I agree with Councillor Ross in that we should have a long, hard look at concrete. And is that an option that we should seriously consider? I see complaints all over the province of Ontario in terms of asphalt quality and challenges with asphalt. So I'd certainly like to understand this better. And I guess you could, and I'm asking here, Brian, concrete, could that be an item that's included in the tender? So you give us a quote on asphalt, give us a quote on concrete, recognizing as a council and recognizing the professional staff that concrete needs to be validated and professionally assessed, that the proposal put forward is valid and flexible. But is that an option to put that into the tender itself so we get a good look at that?
Yes, absolutely. We could do a provisional item for the installation of a concrete road as an equivalent option for council's consideration at that time.
Thanks, Brian. Councillor Saunders.
Just one quick point, Mr. Chair. Brian, in your earlier comments, I couldn't help but walk away feeling that you feel that council probably made an unwise decision in deciding to do this project in 1 year. Now, regardless of your feelings on that, can you get substantial completion done for the whole project in 1 calendar year?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Saunders, it is possible.
That wasn't the question.
I understand that, and I have consulted with our engineering consultant on this. It is possible to do the project in 1 calendar year. The flexibility that you would have in splitting it up into 2 phases, should any unexpected or unforeseen conditions happen on site, is gone with a larger project. You'd essentially need to have good weather in the springtime. You would have to start right away in April and have good good weather all the way through to the fall. So there are extenuating circumstances that we do need to consider for this, but it is possible.
Thank you for that. But when we were discussing this, and when we had the huge debate at council about whether we should be doing it over 2 years or 1 year, I spoke against the 1-year option at that time because of the very points you're making right now. Is it, and I appreciate this is going to put you in an awkward position, but is it the kind of situation you'd be suggesting to me we should be bringing back to council and rethinking the 1-year versus the 2-year option? Or are you pretty confident you can get this delivered in 1 year?
I'm going to stick by my recommendation, Councillor Saunders. I do believe, as originally presented, that it's a 2-phase project.
Good, Brad? Councillor Lauder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment with the tender going out in November and work being started in the April-May timeframe of 2017. When you did mention that this would be diagrams, whatnot, we're going through so that council and the public would be able to see and have an idea of the timeframe. Thank you.
So, Brian, just to reiterate my point what the mayor said, I would really like to shake that concrete tree. I'm no expert, but I'd just like to get a little more to understand it better. So that's our information. Our discussion was moved by Councillor Rose and second by Mayor Marshall. Call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Number 3 is a verbal update from the Director of Public Works regarding the Champlain Road reconstruction. Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As of today's date, the contractor is flipped over to the west side of the road. The shouldering portion for the bike lane of the road has been completed for the east side or the water side of the road, and now they're making their way from the south end northward to the town limits. And that should be completed within a week's time. And at that point, they'll be completing the ditching and culvert replacement work associated with the drainage improvements contract. We are having a pre-construction meeting with Rhoda-Mill, who is our base stabilization contractor, in the next couple of weeks, also with Bemis Construction, to meet with them to go over any issues prior to them starting. It's estimated that Rhoda-Mill will be on site to do the base stabilization work for Champlain Road within mid-July. Their work will take approximately 7 working days to complete. And at that point, shortly thereafter, once the base stabilization work is cured, we will be putting the base course asphalt, which is the Bemis construction portion of the contract, hopefully being completed by mid-August.
Thanks, Brian. Any questions for Brian on Champlain Road? Any members? Thank you. Next is a verbal update from the Director of Public Works regarding the sewage treatment plant. Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As of right now, we're working with the contractor to get the remaining deficiencies on the project completed. We have a number of them that are currently outstanding, and we're working with them to get the most critical ones addressed that relate to the operation of the plant. A number of them are fairly minor in nature, and we're trying to concentrate on the most critical ones at this point, and that reflects the balance of the efforts moving forward to final completion.
Thanks, Brian. Any members have questions? Councillor Rose.
Just one question, Brian. At our last update, we were at approximately 350 deficiencies. What would that number be down to now?
As of the last deficiency list that I received, we have about 320.
Any other members have any questions regarding the sewage treatment plant update? Thank you, Brian. Next, item 5 is a Midland Pantangwishing Transit ridership update. It's recommended that council receive the report for information and discussion. Mover. Moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Rose. This is attached for information. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. And 6 is the Penetanguishene Transit Bus Identification. It's recommended that the Transit Bus Identification wrap, including artistic renderings as of Penetanguishene attractions, be approved as presented, and that staff be directed to proceed with implementation. A mover. Moved by Mayor Martin, second by Deputy Mayor. Discussion. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I wonder, since we will be establishing our committee very soon, I wonder if this is an item that could be discussed by that membership and a recommendation be brought to the council table. I just asked that.
My only thought on that was I thought the committee was a combination of membership from Midland and Penetanguishene to look at ridership and mapping and the like, and I'm not sure if we feel that's appropriate or not. So I think it's more for us, but I'll put that out for everybody to decide.
I agree. I kind of answered my own question as I was.
Very good. Mayor Marshall.
But I think we had an opportunity, I think tonight we did the sign bylaw and we did the ad hoc taxi bylaw where we struck a committee. So maybe I'd look to staff maybe to, maybe at our next committee of the whole, give us a committee structure, similarly, members of public, members of council. So I think we've got an opportunity, I think our solution, move forward solutions for the sign bylaw and the ad hoc items is a good one. Maybe we cookie cutter that into transit, so we strike some kind of committee.
So
That's my suggestion.
yourself and Deputy Mayor move this. If we're comfortable, we could defer this back to staff and come with that. You come with that, Ninja?
Fine with that.
Councillor Lauder?
Just two little quick comments, and the first one is easy, and so I'll do it second. I'm just wondering if the town wharf is being, with all the items here, so I'm just putting that out, is town wharf being brought forward enough? I see the Serendipity and the King's Wharf, but our main dock, so just a thought. The other thing is I see Red Coat, and I'm just asking the question, what is Red Coat?
Discovery Harbor, military establishments. Huge history.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'd move to defer, Mr. Chair.
And you're good with that?
Yes.
I think it's a
good
great
with that.
idea.
Yep.
Show of hands, everyone all good with it? Move that. Well, it's too late, we already voted on it. Yes, Steve?
Just looking for clarification, so the direction to staff was to come up, to connect with the Youth Council, connect with partners, come up with a presentation, and so the presentation that's been provided by the artist would that now then be presented to an ad hoc committee deciding on what the bus would have on it. The ad hoc committee would be created of 3 members of council and 2 members of the public, and what members of staff?
We've just deferred it back to staff, so
Okay.
it's open for you to get back to us with what you think that structure should look like.
Okay.
Good? Okay, referrals to upcoming agendas. Before I read them off, anybody have any additions, revisions to the referrals? Okay. The Transportation Environmental Services section endorsed the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. Thompson's Road extension options, key performance measurements for road operations, best practices for the redevelopment of Main Street, Severn Sound Environmental Association Park Maintenance Plan, Thompson and Main Street intersection design, Penetanguishene bus identification, Main Street tender, I think we can take those last 2 off, policy road direction amendments, and transit ridership numbers, which is a standing item moving forward. A mover. Moved by Councilor Rose, seconder. Deputy Mayor, all in favor? And that is carried.
Mr. Chair, if I have an item that I believe probably belongs in closed session, that is pursuant to much of the business we've been discussing tonight, is it possible for a committee to go into closed session briefly?
Under old rules, yes. I'll turn to the clerk or the CEO for clarification. In camera and committee as a whole?
Going into camera would be just based on the vote of council to go into an in-camera meeting. Ideally, we would have notice, we would have all of the, but it can be done based on a vote of council right now.
Thank you. Good for that.
You want me to bring forward a copy? So
I think we have to identify we're going in camera,
Yeah.
Councillor Saunders. I think we need to identify in some, like, you know.
I think we need a
legal
topic
advice.
and then we,
Yeah.
About purchase of property?
Okay.
okay?
Purchase of property?
So a mover for that to add to T&E. Is that what you're asking, Councillor Saunders?
If it's allowable under our bylaws, I'd like to move that we go into closed session briefly.
I'll support that.
Yeah.
So for clarification, we need a motion to do that right now?
Yeah, to move in camera to discuss a matter of land purchase, the land acquisition or sale thereof. Stacy, we've probably got land.
So yes, if you can just give us a minute. I mean, I just want to clarify with the procedural bylaw, we are obviously not meeting notice requirements, but again, that can be waived by members of council. But we would be going into an in-camera session with no notice. So.
If we go past 11, do you know the alarm code? Okay. Did you? Okay, you went to find out because I just looked at it and go, oh.
Councillor Rawson? Just further review to the procedural bylaw regarding going into closed session. It does state that a motion is required, just as we did go into closed session earlier, stating the reason which we know it sounds like, and that motion be read with a brief description. However, in the item 4.57, it says the clerk shall advise the presiding officer if in his or her opinion the issue or portion thereof being discussed at a confidential session is not procedurally in accordance with the terms of Municipal Act. I'm a little bit concerned that we aren't meeting the notice provision in terms of our own procedural bylaw. However, again, that can be determined by a motion of council.
And for clarification, if we do vote on that, is it a majority? Is it 2/3?
It's just a standard motion, so the motion would be carried based on the members in presence.
Do you want the motion? So the motion before us is from Councillor Saunders that we move into closed session for an update from staff regarding property acquisition. So it's moved by Councillor Saunders, a seconder. It's seconded by Mayor Marshall. So the vote will be to move into closed session, and we'll have to have a motion to do that, right? Okay. We'll go for the vote. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried.
So we'll move in camera to the back room.
Midnight, lock her up there.
So we've rose from in-camera session without a report. We need a mover. Moved by Mayor Marshall, seconded by Councillor Saunders. Call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. And final questions period from the media and public. Seeing none, Mayor Marshall, it's back to you.
Thank you very much. And Council, I look for a motion to move past 11 o'clock. It's 10:25 or 11:35 already, so moved by Councillor Rawson, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? And that is carried. And I'll turn the chair over to Planning and Community Development Services, and Councillor Lalauder has the ball.
Thank you, Your Worship. Starting with consent agenda, recommended action that the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. Number 1, correspondence from the Economic Development Corporation of North Simcoe, read their monthly EDO report. 2, correspondence from the County of Simcoe, read county setback bylaws. 3, correspondence from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, read coordinated land use planning review. 4, the Community of Adjustments minutes dated April 25th, 2016, and 5, correspondence from Sustainable Severn Sound, speaker series event, Nature and Human Health, connection to tools for municipalities and their communities. Mover, Councillor Rawson, and a second, His Worship. Discussion? Anyone want any items pulled? Calling for a vote? In favor? And against, thank you. Matters for consideration. Community of Simcoe's Our Community 10-Year Affordable Housing and Homelessness Prevention Strategy and Implementation Plan 2014 to 2017. Recommended action that this report be received for information and discussion, and that direction be given to staff with respect to the potential properties which have been identified in the report for further review and analysis prior to recommendation from council with respect to the County of Simcoe's call for proposals. If I could ask Andrea for her comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, or Councillor Lauder. You do have my staff report in part of the agenda. This is for information as well as direction to me. As a result of direction given at the May 25th council meeting, I have gone through and reviewed the municipal properties. I also discussed this at our technical review committee meeting. And as a result of that discussion, I would say that there are 3 properties that were preliminarily identified as possible candidates for submission to the county's call for proposals. I could describe any 3 of them if you were interested in more detail, but I'll answer any questions.
Any questions, comments from the council? Clerk? Moved by His Worship, and second, Councillor Roux. For discussion. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I was just wondering about the piece of property that's down in the west end of the community. It's a very small piece of property, and it seems to be not landlocked, but almost. Would we foresee a building on that lot? I guess that's the question. I presume that it's zoned properly, but the access would be from the lane, I think, not Benson.
Through you, Councillor Lauder, to Deputy Mayor Dubo. So are you speaking in regards to 12 and 14 Dupuy that's listed in the
Yes.
report?
Yes.
So they do have full fronted access onto Dupuy Drive, and they are have the ability to be fully serviced. Currently, right now, they're in, I forget the zoning exactly, but an appropriately zoned for a residential use development. They're 2 separate parcels right now. They could be consolidated to make one larger property, and they would be potential development properties for the town in the future.
If I may add. And
Continue,
these
yes, please.
2 properties are owned by the municipality.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Rawson?
Thank you. So for clarification, is the request that the town gift this to the county for the homeless strategy?
Through you, Councillor Lauder, to Councillor Rawson. So it is a call for proposals, so the town would be required to submit a proposal to the county offering up possible land to be donated, land or buildings to be donated to the county for possible development. So we could include this as a proposal. It would be up to the county whether or not to make a decision on whether to accept this land to be developed for that.
I think it was Councillor Saunders that said last time so elegantly and very well that this is a County of Simcoe's initiative, but we are, it's on the backs of our town. I'd like to get a little more info on that prior to that, because there's other pieces involved with that, so I'm not going to support it, I don't think, unless I hear more.
Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Yes, so again, as I shared last council meeting, the land donations actually make us county available to build properties and keep the rents low because we didn't have to pay for the land. When in terms of homelessness and affordable housing and attainable housing price point, the town of Penetanguishene has a severe deficiency. And look to Andrea, what is our deficiency here in town?
I believe it's 44 units.
44 units, and of course that's the minimum deficiency. Our needs far greater than that. So the benefit of putting these forward to county council is the fact that if we do something like this, because the property was donated by the town, all of a sudden those rents are down because you don't have to mortgage that land, you don't have to incur those costs. That's certainly one part of it. And I'd argue that affordable housing and attainable housing is certainly something that we should all be concerned with as the county council. The other one that was interesting for me in the properties that came up, because we did put them up for sale on Church Street, and the challenge for the development community in Church Street was the pitch of the hill. So I think to get a driveway, and I looked to Dan and Doug to clarify, but the developers found it very problematic because the pitch was over a 7-degree pitch, which means they couldn't properly have driveways coming in off the property. So secondary road would have to be constructed to actually support that those properties. So the county of Simcoe is in a unique position where we build roads all day long and could develop a secondary service road in there. So I'm going to vote in support of this for certain, and whether county council accepts it as a proposal or not remains to be seen. But I think we're putting our best foot forward, and I appreciate Andrea digging in and getting some options for consideration. Thank you.
So just for clarification, Andrea, are we proposing that we put all 3 properties forward to the County of Simcoe? I personally think, as much like Deputy Mayor, that the first property on Dupuy Street is a little bit small, and we're not really going to gain the benefits as stated by His Worship. Personally, I do like the third, 110 Church Street, the most. I think we, as a town, can benefit from the property on 159 Church Street, possibly, as you mentioned, to break it into 2 parcels, walking trails, et cetera. There's a lot of consideration still to be done there. So if it's just one property that we could present right now, my vote would be for the 110 Church. Councillor Saunders?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over the past, certainly 7-8 years that I'm aware, Habitat for Humanity has done a fabulous job around Simcoe County of helping people with a hand up in terms of new housing. Habitat for Humanity constantly comes to councils and asks if councils have any property to donate to Habitat for Humanity. And speaking only for myself, if we have surplus property, I would not want to give that property to anybody anywhere until we've talked to the Habitat for Humanity people, because they've done a fabulous job of helping to develop new housing for low-income people around our communities.
Thank you. Councillor Saunders? Yes, Andrea?
Thank you, Councillor Lauder. Just to comment, so these were 3 properties that were preliminary identified. The recommendation in the report is actually for council to provide me with additional direction if it's 0, 1, 2, 3 properties that you'd like further review analysis. So it's not that these would be offered up right now. I'd have to go back and prepare a proposal for the bid, and I'd want council to review that one as well. I would note the 110 property, 110 Church Street property, Brian and I were just discussing it, and there are some stormwater issues with that, so it may very well be that that property does function as sort of the downhill collection area, or could function as a downhill collection area for the Rolling Sand subdivision and that slope. So it may, in an event, turn out that that property, or a large portion of that property, doesn't actually or isn't available for development. So just note that as well. But the report really is to seek some direction from council if they want to continue to pursue this? And if they do, which properties would you like me to continue to review?
Thank you. With that in mind, I'd like to put forth to council once again, are there any further comments? Your worship?
So I'd certainly agree with Councillor Saunders. I think, a 40-unit build is far beyond, I think, Habitat for Humanity's capabilities. But, 12 and 10 Dupuis Street are certainly a fair game for that conversation. So I'd certainly like to see 12 and 10 removed. And if I was to give you direction, I'd put forward the properties in around Church Street, between the county staff and our staff. They can work out what could be, possibly be, and then get back to council. So that would be my recommendation, that we remove the Dupuis Street properties, because I think I agree with the deputy mayor, they're kind of small. I agree with Councillor Saunders that they're more habitat appropriate, and the larger opportunities there. And I would suggest, if it's a 40-unit complex of some nature that fits up by that Midland News, that's going to be about $4 or $5 million build, which generates taxes for the town as well, on a piece of property that we've had the development community, when we put it up for sale last time, make the frowny face because of the pitch of the hill and secondary service road. So I think it's maybe the opportunity for us to kick around and see if it develops into something. So I'd move that we proceed with the Church Street properties only, and I'd be looking for a seconder for that recommendation.
Before I ask for a second, I
no,
guess I
I've
have to
asked
ask for a
seconder.
second.
You do. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor? And discussion? My discussion on that part would be, I've just heard that the 110 may not be totally suitable, which is fine. We'll continue to look and see how that comes out. But the 159, once again, I think that may, as long as we look also in the area of possibly subdividing that property into something that is more conducive to a 40-unit building, it seems that may be a very large 2.24 hectares. It may be a little bit large right now. So that may also be a conversation that you could bring forth. And at that point, I'd like to call for a vote. Does it need to be read again? Now, we will go on the friendly, can we make that a friendly amendment, that we take out the Dupuis?
It doesn't have to be friendly. Dupuis was never in. The staff are looking for direction, so I'm moving that
Okay.
Church Street's properties proceed for further investigation with the County of Simcoe, and the Dupuis Street properties are just not in play.
Second by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Continue on. Item 2, consent and license agreements for 314, 320, 326, 332, 344, 368, 392, 393 Watson Road consent applications B1/2015 to B7/2015 inclusive. Recommended action, that a bylaw be passed to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the consent agreements for execution regarding the land municipally owned known as 314, 320, 326, 332, 334, 368, 392, and 393 Watson Road, consent applications B1/215 and B7/215 inclusive, and that a bylaw be passed to authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into license agreements for execution regarding the land municipally owned known as 314, 320, 326, 332, 344, 368, 392, and 333 Watson Road. A mover? Councilor LaRue, and second, Your Worship. For discussion? Andrea, could we have a little presentation on this, please?
Certainly, Councillor Lauder. It's a fairly complex application that was before the Committee of Adjustment last year, as well as before committee tonight. In essence, it's basically granting permission for these property owners to cross municipal land, or use municipal land and cross municipal land in two different locations, as well as authorize them to enter into an easement for what's in essence a historical private road that never had any, or only partially had any, legal authority to be developed. So it was granted through the Committee of Adjustment for the creation of this private driveway, and through some magic and I think about 7 or 8 years, we finally got all the documents in place.
And as I understand, that those two crossings of municipal land, those lands are unopened road allowances, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Calling for a vote. All in favor? Against? Thank you, carried. Item 3, official plan review, the Métis/First Nations consultation, recommended action. That the budget of the official plan review project for 2016 and 2017 be increased by up to $20,000 to accommodate the forecasted additional expenses for Métis First Nation consultations. A mover? Deputy Mayor, and second? For discussion, thank you, Councilor Saunders. For discussion, Your Worship.
This is one of those ones where we get municipal creep. So we've got the federal government and provincial government talking to us about the duty to consult, and I get that, and I welcome First Nation and Métis to come in and consult with us. But what this is transitioning to is that we now are asked to pick up the burden of the cost of having that consultation occur. And I would suggest to you that that as a provincial or federal obligation to fund those programs. When I looked at the province, I think it was Manitoba or Saskatchewan, where when they had the duty to consult, they actually provided a $5 million budget from the province so that the First Nations and Métis group could consult and pay for their per diems and things of that nature. I tugged the thread a little bit when I went to our provincial website, and I see that there's some $8.4 million provided to the Métis group of Ontario to get this consultation and get some activities going, and that rolls out at $2.1 million per year for a 4-year period. Now, it wasn't defined as to what that money was to be used for, whether it's consultation or develop process to consult. There wasn't clarity in the on the provincial website, but I do think that we need some advice. Somebody needs to understand the legislative act federally and provincially, and we need to get this back, because this is another, what I call one of those creeps. It's download by stealth, where somebody's made a decision up here, an okay municipality, you go and pay for that decision. So I'm all for consultation. I think it's a great thing. It's a wonderful thing, and I think something that we should gauge in. But I am reticent to approve spending $20,000 for precedent setting when we do that, and we're setting that precedent without any knowledge of whether we should be going down that path or where we should be taking this conversation. So I would like to defer this and send it back to staff so we get some legal advice, and we better understand the federal obligations, we better understand the provincial obligations, and we better understand our own municipal obligations. So I'm going to vote against this motion purely because there's not enough information in front of me to provide me with a reason that I should burden our taxpayers with another tax, another hidden tax, another download to us that was unexpected and unanticipated. So I'll certainly be voting against this.
Thank you. I'll give you a moment to talk in a moment, Andrea, but Councillor Rawson?
Thank you. I'm going to echo the mayor. I think we shall defeat this motion tonight. I agree on the provincial federal comments that the mayor mentioned, but also we talked about this at budget time. Staff did not bring anything forward saying we need an extra $20,000 to consultation First Nations. That didn't come forward. When we gave it to the MMM group, they didn't bring it forward. You had a committee, they didn't bring it forward. So there's been lots of people. We said, do you need more? Nope, we don't need more. We can make do. So make do. And if you need it, go talk to the feds or province to find the money. And I don't like throw here, it says estimated, estimated, estimated. We all know what estimates become. So let's just defeat it, move on.
Andrea? Any comments? Do you know of any of these federal provincial plans, or do you need some direction with respect to how to seek them?
Sorry, through you, Councillor Lauder. No, I am aware of some of the monies that were made available out there. I had a conversation with Mayor Marshall the other day about it. It is unclear and a little ambiguous as to whether or not that funding that was provided to the Métis Nation was for preparation of their own strategies, their own consultation plans, so forth, or whether it was intended to be to assist them in consultating with municipalities or other agencies. I would say that this is probably something that's fairly brand new. It was a piece of legislation in 2014 which mandated the municipalities were a duty to consult with First Nations, and so it's something that's brand new. It wasn't something that was budgeted or forecasted because of the newness of the mandated duty to consult. And through this, we hadn't contacted them prior to launching our official plan to even understand or appreciate whether or not they would be looking for any capacity building to consult with us on our official plan. As a result of reaching out to a number of different groups, I've heard back from 2 of them asking if there's any capacity to financially offset some of their costs. And so I was bringing that forward. I would also note that a lot of what I had done here, I've spoken with the County of Simcoe Planning Department, and then there was an email as recent as today from them about this happening all across the County of Simcoe. I can tell you the town of Midland also had a similar experience where they launched their official plan project without this included in their budget, with no knowledge that it would become forthcoming from the First Nations groups, and did go back and provided a similar budget to what's been proposed in this one. So there is a nearby municipality that's is providing this capacity building. I would just, as I think I indicated in my report, there is a slight risk to the municipality if we don't meet our obligations. It could delay the process. It could require additional funding later on, or it could actually throw it completely off the rails and potentially go to the Ontario Municipal Board. But I'm willing to do whatever council directs in this one.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. And the other thing I checked in the provincial website, even on their site, was that if additional resources were required to consult on a provincial activity, that they would actually consider that on a case-by-case basis. So there's no commitment from the province to, from what I can see from the outside looking in, to look at that. And when I lead it and look at it again, and we need to talk to a lawyer with more with wherewithal and knowledge than I have on this, but the duty consult speaks to Crown lands, right? And we're talking municipal lands. So I have many, many questions on this that I think we need to understand properly before we burden our taxpayers with an extra $20,000. And I agree with Councillor Rawson, if that 20 could turn into 30 on us. So I'd suggest that we get educated, research it, and get back to council. So again, I'd move to defer this and look for a seconder to support that.
Sorry, Councillor Saunders? Okay. So if we can have a vote on the official plan review as read earlier. All in favor? Opposed? So we'll defer this back to staff for some further study and... Oh, it's just totally defeated. Okay. Perfect. Item number 4.
Sorry, Councillor Lauder.
Yes?
Just for clarity, though, what we're saying is we're not funding it. We're not saying we're not going to consult. We're just not going to fund the efforts for the First Nation and Métis group to come and consult on our project. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 4, removing holding H symbol from 93 MacArthur Drive. Recommended action that council approve a zoning bylaw amendment to remove the holding H symbol from the property on 93 MacArthur Drive. Do we have a mover? His Worship, and seconder, Councillor Saunders. For discussion? Calling for a vote, all in favor? And opposed. Thank you. Carried. So carrying forward the referrals to upcoming agenda staff, referrals. That Planning and Community Development Services section endorse the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. Before I read, does any comments anyone want to add? Okay. Future agenda items, promotion of development and growth, Thompson Road West Extension, developmental charges, targeted incentives and opportunities, legal opinion on draft plan approved subdivision, land inventory report, agribusiness in the industrial zone, secondary street report, and the facade improvement program. All in favor? Opposed? 4 in favor? Carried. Well, sorry, no, I'm going to do that again. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, carried. Thank you. Questions from our media and public? Thank you, and returning to Your Worship.
Thank you very much, and we'll move on to 9, Section D, Recreation and Community Services, and I'll turn the chair over to Councillor LaRue, please.
I hear your worship. Consent agenda, it is recommended action that the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. Heritage Committee minutes dated April 14, 2016, and Library Board minutes dated May 30th, 2016. Yes, Madam Chair.
Chair, I just wanted to note that the Heritage Committee meeting will be on the 16th of June and not the 9th.
Okay, so noted. Okay, all in favor? Carried. Matters for consideration. 2016 urban slide. Recommended action that the road closure of Main Street from north of Point Street to north of Brock Street be approved for a 24-hour period from Saturday, July 30th at 12 a.m. until Sunday, July 31st at 12 a.m. for the urban slide event. Mover. His worship. Seconder. Councillor Lauder. Questions, concerns? Councillor Rawson.
So this is coming to us literally a few weeks before it rolls. I don't know why it's coming to us today. It should have come a long time ago. We all heard about it on Facebook before it ever came here. It's the first time it came here is tonight. So that's that. So first question, where is the money coming from to support this 11th hour venture we've committed to do? And I got a problem with closing the main street on the long weekend. I've talked to a lot of people who live in this town that are frustrated they can't go down and launch their boat that weekend. I'm wondering why it was picked by people to put it on the main street. I think Owen Street would be a better spot. I've always said that, but it's never come here to have a conversation about. Owen Street would be a much better location. We could use our park. We have better parking. I think it's just a way better spot. But I think this is just a perfect example of how everyone gets busy doing their thing and they go do their own thing, and we just think it's all fun and dandy. And then the 11th hour, oh, by the way, can we get some allowance to go buy some pop and chips when I'm at the theater tonight, if I'm allowed to go? It's silly. So where's the money coming from for this? Main Street's a bad idea. I think it should be on Owen Street, and cart before the horse again.
Carrie?
I'll respond to the financial question. I did review the costs with Marlena, the acting events coordinator. The funds required for the town of Penetanguishene's responsibility related to this event will come from within the actual events operating budget for this full day, the Pirates of the Bay / Urban Slide event.
Your worship.
Thank you for that. So I support the motion. I don't disagree that this is the request in the closure, and a few costs coming up at this last minute is a frustration for all of us, and including myself. Having said that, I think we have a contractual obligation in place. This has been talked about for months. They're doing radio contests today about sliding down the main street of Penetanguishene. So I think we have a legal obligation beyond anything else to proceed with closing the road as recommended. I don't dispute that we should have future discussion in future years in other spots, but I'd say at this point in time, the commitment, the Fur Urban Slide Group themselves have been advertising this. It's been on the radio. It's been broadcast across the province of Ontario. Pre-sales have occurred. Listen, we're all in on this, and I'm happy to hear that it can be contained within the recreation budget. I recall that being mentioned by a previous rec director some months back when this first came up. But in terms of road closures and in terms of water consumption, those are items that should have got to council like months ago, and I don't know why that didn't happen, and we're not going to get an answer to that tonight, but I certainly respect Councillor Rawson's frustration because I happen to share it as well in that particular point. Thank you.
Councillor Rawson.
Just a quick follow-up. I'm wondering if a contract has been signed and when that contract was signed about this. I'm just hearing the mayor say that we have a contract and a legal obligation. And I know we're too far. I'm not suggesting we don't do this event. What I'm suggesting is, have we signed the document? When did we sign it? And when did we have this arrangement?
According to Marlena, we have not signed a contract.
Oh, so
right?
there's no legal obligation.
Yeah.
Thank you. Through Mr. Chair to Councillor Rawson. So just to be clear, I've only been a part of the event planning for this particular event within the last couple of weeks. I was not included to any of the planning prior to this. I was aware, obviously, of the event like everybody else, but wasn't included. But since then, I have contacted the company to ask some questions and find out about the details. But in relation to your question, we do have a letter of intent signed by 365 Sports, but we have not signed it ourselves yet, as it was coming to council for committee of the whole first. Backtracking, I can let you know that the original one was emailed on May 1st through email, and that was the original draft. And the second one after that was on May 30th, the finalized one.
Further questions? Deputy Mayor?
Just a comment, I suppose. I mean, I agree, there's a lot of frustration, and I'm frustrated as well. But we're well into this event. I mean, it's been advertised everywhere, and everybody's talking about it. I don't think we have any choice but to move forward. I think if we wanted to consider this event another year, certainly it would be a lot different.
Okay. Councillor Rose.
Two things, Mr. Chair. I wonder if we could check on moving it to Owen Street. It would just be such a much better venue for this. And the other question is why are we doing this with a group that's for profit? I don't understand why we're kicking in council dollars or ratepayers' dollars for a group that is taking over our main street for a cost to us. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Marlena, can you?
Thank you. Thank you. Through Mr. Chair to Councillor LaRose. I have been in discussion with the company just within the last couple of days to actually ask that specific question in relation to Owen Street. We are one of 6 locations that was chosen across Canada to be the first site for this event to happen within Canada. And it is always their mandate and their brand to choose a main road within their city or town that they chose. That they do choose, and all of the other 5 locations are on a main street as well. And I did ask a question, and it was brought up that Main Street was the only street that was discussed from day one during the discussion, that was the one that was decided on, and that was what they had planned on using.
Councillor Maya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the Deputy Mayor that we're a little bit too far into it. We can't really back out of it. I think my frustration and very big disappointment is didn't come to section. We didn't do anything about it. And that's how I found out, was on Facebook. And I've also talked to some of the merchants on Main Street. I talked to 5 of them on the Main Street. And out of the 5, 4 of them might as well close their door. And they were told that council had already passed it, which we didn't pass anything yet. And like I say, I'll support it for tonight, yes. Hopefully, if they are going to be here next year, that we get a lot more information, trying to relocate it. But it's very frustrating and upsetting when, again, did not come to section. And like Councillor Rawson was saying, the last hour, we don't have much choice.
Councillor Lauder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few comments myself. The first one is I see in the contractual points that the 365 has an exit strategy. And so my first question was, does town also have an exit strategy, coming back to what the Deputy Mayor has mentioned? And secondly, there's been a lot of talk about the financial money that the town is putting up. And I also see in the notes that 365 Sports is going to provide financial donation as per the town's direction to a charity of their choosing. And from that comment, before that financial donation is being made to a charity, should we not be repaid our investment into the event, and then the money also be then sent to a charity? Thank you.
I can answer to that. Thank you. I don't know the answer to that. I do believe that it was brought forward for council to just choose a charity, and I believe that was decided. But I don't know the answer to that, but I can definitely ask the company.
The answer is the food bank.
Right. As far as though we're paying out our contribution first before going that, I don't know the answer to that, but that's what I could ask the company.
Actually, if I could say it was a food bank, and also Councilor Rawson added a second.
I added food bank, Mayor Marshall said school food program.
Perfect. So understanding that, but the comment is that should the town their investment be repaid first?
Your Worship.
Again, I think we, again, made a decision to give it to the food bank and in the school programs, and I'd be reticent to ever suggest we change that charitable position that we took. Again, I look at it in terms of the obligation. I think we're obligated, we're committed. If we were to alter this in any way, shape, or form, we'd be exposed to legal liabilities. I suggest very strongly so. I think it's the 11th hour. I think we move forward. We move forward smartly, and then with evidence-based decisions after this event, when that comes up for reconsideration, we'll all be smarter to make the right decisions and proper and timing. Wise decisions moving forward.
Marlena, there's a statement in here about a beer garden in Entrance to Rotary Park operated by a local service club. Has that local service club been approached, or is there one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there is a meeting set on June 14th that they are actually meeting with Rotary during their lunch meeting to present to them the opportunity to partner with them for the beer garden.
Okay, thank you. So I have to agree as well that we're too far into this whole thing to back out. However, as pointed out by a number of members of the council, that it was very frustrating, is very frustrating, and you can understand, as Chair of Recreation and Community Services, it's not a first for me of being left in the dark and not knowing. When you'll find out an event of this magnitude through Facebook, it's very disparaging. So what I'm suggesting, and I'm going to recommend, that in future, any and all events that will take place come through section and be approved by council prior to giving a green light.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So are we going to, like Councilor Rose was asking, are we going to look to see if we can do it on Owen Street or staying on Main Street? We can't change it or anything?
No. No. So if there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Item 2 is correspondence from Ontario 55 Plus Summer Games, request for lapel pins. Recommended action that council approve the request for 1,500 lapel pins for the Ontario 55 Plus Senior Games in the amount of $1169.55, and that staff be directed to proceed with the order of lapel pins from the International Coat of Arms. And I understand also that, Your Worship, the county is going to be asked to do the same. And I'm also from the report seeing that the other 3 municipalities have already done so. So I think that the event warrants it, and I would certainly support it. Madam Deputy Mayor.
I was just wondering if there was something else other than our lapel pins. I know that I was part of the qualifying round for the senior games, and in the packages that were given to those that were participating, there was a Frisbee disc, and I thought that was a great idea, other than an actual pin. And I'm not so sure that the other municipalities have given their pins. I don't know if Marlena knows that factually.
According to the report, yes.
Thank you. Through Mr. Chair to Deputy Mayor. I have been a part of the games, and I do know that they are asking for different municipalities to provide something, and I'm not exactly sure of what exactly it is that they're providing. But it is something that, if you agree, that we could definitely look at providing something different with our logo on it.
No, I'd like to move that forward because I think the pins are great, but I'm not so sure that people appreciate the pin and how much it costs. I mean, it's $1,200. That's a lot of money for pins that may necessarily not be used.
But I do have to point out, Madam Deputy Mayor, that according to the letter from Brian Peters, is stating in there that I already have the pins from Midland, Tay, and Tiny.
That's fine. That's fine, Mr. Chair. I'm just making a comment, and I probably, if it stays as is, I will not support.
We have any further comments or questions concerning? Then I will call. Carried. And moving on to item 3, report from Penetanguishene Trails Committee, we have already dealt with.
Yes.
And that would bring us to the referrals to upcoming agenda and staff referrals, that the Recreation and Community Services section endorses the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff, future agenda items, tourism, advertising, print online for future consideration, investigate advertising company opportunities, recreation asset management plan, parking facilities, arena benches options for comfort, cycling strategy, curling club operations review agreement, November 2016. Mover, Councilor Rawson. Yep. Seconder, Councilor Mayat, all in favor.
Sorry, yes. Councillor LaRue, I think that you mentioned earlier that you'd like to have a special event policy review?
Yes, absolutely. I would like a special event policy review, and then the fact is that I'm feeling that from here on in, any special events taking place in the community come through the section and receive approval from council.
Okay, so could we add that as an item, a future agenda item to be in?
Thank you. Question period from media and public. No, it was the question was Lincoln Court. Councillor Lauder was questioning how the people in Lincoln Court were going to get home. Lincoln Court is the apartment complex down next to what used to be the Blue Sky Restaurant. Now, the street closure was going, I think, right to Brock Street, eh? Yeah, just north of Brock Street. So, Marlena, you could answer Ian's question.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. We are having a meeting on June 14th with the CEO of 365 Sports and Michael Lambert as well. And we are including all of our department staff, the OPP, fire. As I mentioned earlier, I was not a part of any of these meetings prior to this, so this is my opportunity to ask all of the questions, including the road closure, the exact location, do probably a site visit of where the slide will end. At this point, they were anticipating 3,000 to 5,000 people to attend and then flow into the park with the beer garden operations. They have a skyfall thing. For the safety of the spectators, the participants, the road closure to the park entrance, I think would be in our best interest to protect everybody who is going to be walking to and from the park from Pirates of the Bay to the urban slide. In regards to that building with the parking lot, if the road closure will in fact be including their location, we've already actually drafted a letter that will be hand delivered to them, to the tenants well in advance, and also that they would be allowed to park possibly in municipal parking lots or the town dock, and giving them notice of where they would be able to park for that 24-hour period.
Good? Good, Ian? Councilor Lowry?
If I might also add that it may be another suggestion that the security and the police or the auxiliary police on file supporting the event may be given the opportunity to hand walk any cars and stop pedestrians, because having those people park at the town dock would be quite a distance, knowing some of them, in talking in the past, are limited in their walking skills on all, along with the fact of being shopping and whatnot, so that's another consideration.
Your worship, yours to adjourn.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Mover, Councilor Ross, and seconder, Councilor LaRose. All in favor. And we adjourned at 11:22 p.m. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.